Welcome back to another Thunder Gun Classic. I'm Thunder. This is the Classic. And today is the semifinals leading into the grand finals of High Noon Havoc, everybody. This has been absolutely wild to see. We've seen some matchups that come down to a second. We've seen matchups that come down to a pixel. We saw a Blight yesterday zooming in to hit the person on the last generator. He missed by a pixel and the generator got completed in their face. This is absolutely insane. It's wild. I love it and I can't wait to see where we go for today. So get your popcorn, everybody. We got nothing but really strong teams that are going to be battling it out the rest of the way. So let's take that moment. Let's take a look at what we have ahead of us, guys. So let's pop up our screen over here. Ba-da-ba! We got our Gamblers versus Courage in round one of our semifinals. Then in the underdog bracket, we have FFG versus Prism. The loser of the first matchup of the day will come down here, and they will go against the winner of this matchup immediately. So if you are FFG or Prism, there's a potential chance you will play every match going forward after the first one. So make sure you got your water, got your food, your beef jerky, your whatever you need. You know, get yourself ready for it. Because you might go 1, 2, up into the grand finals, 3, 4, 5 if needed. It might be a long day, so get set. But anyway, winner of FFG Prism comes here. Winner of this matchup shoots up to the grand finals, goes against either Gamblers or Courage, whoever is the winner of this matchup. And we could see this matchup repeat in the finals for 2 to 3 more matches. We don't know, so we have to stay tuned and find out. So, and just so you guys are aware, we brought back some fan favorite commentators. First up, you know him, you love him. His name is Nugs. How you doing, Nugs?
Oh, I am doing fantastic, even better than yesterday. Now that we're looking towards the end of the High Noon Havoc today, getting these very strong teams, and we're gonna be pushing this through. We have that best of 3 coming. There's no more best of 1s after the third game that we have today. That's gonna be a best of 3, and I'm very excited for that. I generally see these teams, and I know these teams. These are very strong teams. I think that this has potential to be anyone's game here, even those in the underdog bracket.
Thank you, Nugs. Always a fan favorite. People demand I bring you back. You leave and everybody goes, "Where's Nugs? Bring him back." So we had to bring you back for the finals, buddy. Now, you heard him yesterday. You loved him. You were all like, "Who's that awesome voice next to Nugs?" It is Dr. Patches. How you doing, brother?
How's it going, everyone? We're so excited here to get to the end of the tournament here and see these incredible teams that have fought the last 3 days trying to get that banner placed on the Hall of Fame. I'm super excited to see what kind of killers that we see in the Survivor gameplay. Survivor gameplay yesterday was really strong for a few teams, and I hope to see some more of that performance tonight.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's going to be even stronger today with the teams that we have going forward. All right, guys. So let's go ahead and just jump right into it. We got Gamblers. We got Courage. Gamblers, you are the top of the bracket. You got the top seed. And I think I saw from Jesus you want the rocket ship. Is that correct? The one or the rocket ship? And I'm betting it's the rocket ship. Give me final word. We'll do the flip on that, and we will get confirmation on who wins the coin flip. And let's get this set up. Gamblers on the left. Courage on the right. Rocket Ship has to win. Let's go Rocket Ship. And it is indeed the Rocket Ship. They win it once again. Woo! Rocket never fails. All right, Gamblers. You want to win, or do you want to survive first or kill first? They want to kill first. Let's go.
Legend. Wait for it. And I hope you're not lactose intolerant, because the second half of that word is dairy. No. Legendary.
And Jesus is inviting us in. Thank you so much for the gifted sub patches to Sweaty Ghostface. Enjoy the emotes, homie. Enjoy the ad-free viewing of the tournament finals. It's gonna be a good one. And hi, Megan. What's up, Mama? Welcome into the tournament, guys. We should have, if I'm not mistaken, we got gamblers are going to be using Unknown. Is that correct? And then we got Courage is going to be using Pinhead. So we've seen Pinhead a couple times in this tournament, but Unknown, I think, I'm not sure if we saw an Unknown in this tournament, Nugs. Maybe correct me if I'm wrong. Have you seen the tournament or the Unknown in this tournament yet?
I do believe that this is going to be our first Unknown that is in the High Noon Havoc this time around, so I'm very excited for that. Maybe we'll know who he is eventually, but Jesus wants to keep it a surprise, I suppose.
All right, and that's going to put us on Wreckers. So everyone's getting set. So what do you expect to see, Patches, from an Unknown versus Pinhead matchup?
You know, both killers are a little more, they're not runners, right? Yesterday we saw a bunch of running killers, a bunch of chaos killers, whereas the Pinhead and the Unknown tend to be a little more proxy killers, a little more calculated in how they work, right? So the Unknown leaves his husks all over the board, and the Pinhead, you have to work the box. And seeing that dynamic and how these teams negotiate both issues as they arise will be interesting to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, these killers definitely can be a little bit more on the complex side when it comes to surviving against them. Unknown, you have his UVX power to avoid, which is kind of rocket launcher style or grenade launcher style, so to say. And then there's Pinhead, you have to avoid chains, you have to solve a box, which has some survivors rotating for that. Unknown, you have his clones, in which if you leave those clones active, that gives him map control and allows him to just teleport anywhere he wants, kind of similar in a Dredge style fashion. So we'll see how these survivors play.
All right, it looks like everybody is readying up. And just so you guys are aware, for the next 10 minutes, we do have a prediction up. Who are you going to vote on? Gamblers or Courage? Get your money where your mouth is. Win all the moonshine. We absolutely love it. This is a very strong survivor team, and this is a very strong killer. I don't know who I would bet on, to be honest. We've seen Jesus dominate a lot in the past, and we've seen this Courage survivor team just utterly just embarrass killers with how good they are. It's just insane. So I really don't know who's going to win this, and I'm excited to see this matchup.
Yeah, I am too. I've been loving both of these teams so far and how they've played. Just gamblers dominating on the killer side and giving everyone their attention and entertainment on the survivor side. And then there's Courage here too, doing the exact same thing, especially with that Prism matchup yesterday, just giving the fans what they want, feeding that entertainment was fantastic. It's just, I still can't get that matchup out of my head, how close both of those games were for that fifth generator to end up popping in the killer's face. But now, we're here on the Wrecker's Yard, we have the Unknown, and we see Jesus on the Unknown here, going to be looking for our first chase of the game, already getting a nice hit on Xander, our Renato, at a generator. Jesus showing that this guy knows what he's doing on the Unknown, and that's already a first tag. This guy is insane.
Yeah, watching his ability to just launch over these tiles and guess properly, right, goes back to like a hunter's hatchet. It is just incredible watching the precision from this guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Jesus showing he's had that practice.
You think it's the spectator bug?
Yes, this is a common spectator bug. So Chase, kind of like similar to if you've ever spectated Nurse in the past, there's times where Chase music won't start, so Yeah, that's the case with Unknown. We've been dealing with it for a while now. I think we're running up on 4 months with this bug, so
4
we're kind of
months?
used to it.
Can I get
Yeah,
a
a whole
behavior in
4
the chat?
months.
Oh my goodness! Exclamation mark behavior.
Yeah, very kind of annoying, so to say, because, you know, we want to hear that chase music. Everyone loves Unknown chase music, right?
Yeah, playing a silent game like this is kind of odd and weird, right?
Yeah, it's jarring because you're so used to it, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And now we're just hearing the Unknown kind of breathe, bring out his UVX little grenade launcher, I like to call it. So,
Yeah, all of his little weird
Yes.
squish sounds.
yeah, which I guess gives into that vibe that he's supposed to be a creepy killer. May not be a stealth killer, but still a creepy one. So, it works out.
Yeah, we
Ready.
see Jesus here guarding this hook, making sure that we get to a second health state, not allowing that save.
Yeah, being able to spread that pressure. We saw the tag onto JoJo, our Jake, just not allowing JoJo to get that unhook for free, and in turn, JoJo goes away from the hook, and it's mainly just our Adam here that can go for the save. But we recently saw him working on a generator, so it's likely that we're going to be allowing Xander to hit the second stage on the hook while the other survivors just do their thing, working their gens. We see the reset onto Z Slasher. We're likely going to see that onto JoJo as well. So, yeah, now Jesus is going to be in a relatively decent position here with the state, especially when it comes to the Unknown, just able to now chase Adam a little bit, get him away from that generator. We saw Hex Ruin come into play there, so these survivors are going to be looking for some Hex Totems eventually to try and stop that passive gen pressure. But we also see with that Totem Aura that it is close by to the hook, so Jesus does very much like the idea of camping, and that's why he did it so much.
Yeah, he's guarding two things at once, right? He's guarding the totem, he's guarding the hook, and now he's got a chance to tunnel out and make it a 3v1, which is always in the killer's favor, especially on a small board like this where there's not a whole lot space for these survivors to rotate through.
Yep, couldn't have said it better.
That double
In
bump.
return, though, these survivors being very efficient, going on and completing 2 whole generators, while Xander is still being chased, taking this now to a position where generators are complete, allowing these other 3 survivors to work some more generators. So if Xander can keep this chase on for long enough, then that can be some more generators getting popped and maybe even like a low stage result. And we see Xander is giving a show, and there's Z Slasher too, ready for that pallet save.
I think he's too
Couldn't
Oh,
close.
he falls outside
this
the
is
pallet.
very
Oh,
bold.
Oh,
No.
oh my god.
Z Slasher going for the pallet save, but it doesn't, or not the pallet, the flashlight save, that doesn't land just a little bit too far. Oh man, Slasher had that play in mind, but unfortunately Xander flopped just too far away from the pallet, and that forced Z Slasher to have to go for a flashlight save. Sprint Burst just didn't give enough distance though. Jesus being very bold for that, and that bravery, I admire to be like you one day, Jesus.
Yeah, we're seeing him get kind of pulled in the little directions here, which is not something that you want to do if you're trying to hold a 3-spot or a 3 gens. And pulling this killer to walk in the dog essentially is allowing these survivors to recover and reset basically in the 3v1.
Yeah, JoJo's still injured, might get healed soon, or the return for this chase could be another generator that these guys are either working on or maybe even separately working on. We're not very sure on that. I'm pretty sure we recently saw JoJo on that hill gen, so we'll see if that is the case with this generator pressing though. Looks like no one is here. JoJo might be somewhere else trying to get healed up, or maybe trying to work a separate gen, which was the case. Jesus has found JoJo now, trying to go for a hit through the pallet that doesn't land, and we also saw Z Slasher getting that unhook, so now back to having 2 people healthy, that's 2 people free to work these generators, while JoJo has his chase, taking this chase away from all active generators. Gonna be taking that down now, though, and these survivors know that there's a pain resonance coming in, but never mind.
That was dirty.
Z Slasher is here for that pallet save, and Champion of Light 2 making him a little bit hindered after the flashlight stun. So good play by these survivors now. Courage is putting up that fight. They have that courage, and there goes Hex Ruin too.
Yeah, getting that totem right, that allows survivors to leave their positions a little bit earlier, not worrying about the gen regression. And the spread on this this map for generators is not in the killer's favor at this moment. They've done a good job at breaking up the close gens. Now everything's spread out.
Yep, absolutely. These gens kind of having that 2-2 split. You have 2 on one deep pocket and then 2 on another pocket of the map. But with Unknown's power, we know that he can teleport, so there's still that going for him. Just being able to set up his clones, maybe teleport to either side of the map quickly. Not a pallet save. For a second, I thought he was close enough. Slasher here definitely looks like he's been given that savior role. He's here for those saves, and these survivors are trying to die on these pallets or in the open to allow for these flashlight saves, these pallet saves. Unfortunately, Jesus was just a little bit too far for Slasher to be able to get that pallet save, so now that is going to result in our Adam hitting that second stage on the hook, and Jesus just able to have that info as to where everyone is now will play into his favor.
Yeah, and then these survivor groups are awesome for running into areas where there's no generators, nothing really to defend. It's kind of making the killer go into that attack mode and not defending what he needs to defend.
Yeah, exactly. Just you either have to commit to that chase, get that down, like we just see, getting that nice quick down, exactly what Jesus needs to enter this 2 versus 1 scenario, as Jackal is now going to be dead. These survivors now just gotta play for another generator. Either JoJo or Slasher has to have that long enough chase for the other person to be able to complete at least one more generator, because a 4K2 for a pinhead to match that is going to be very difficult.
We have seen in the past with our other pinheads, it was quite difficult for them to really finish off the teams on Dead Dog. So with a strong survivor team and a pinhead, these survivors right here are going to want to get that last gen to help out that pinhead a lot.
Oh yeah, most
Yeah, and they're bailing water right now to try to score as many points as they can, just to put their killer in a good position to try to succeed. Oh, good hit.
Yeah, nice hit. JoJo gonna be faking that vault, but Jesus is expecting that. He expects JoJo to fake that vault and is just gonna wait a little bit and get that swing and down. Reads it very perfectly. Now we're slugging here to try and find our final survivor, Z Slasher, who could be anywhere on the map right now. He could be on the top side, he could be on the bottom side, maybe have made it to the bottom side of the map by now, to be able to maybe just stealth a little bit and get JoJo up, like as we just seen here. Just taking these words right out of my mouth and making them plays.
That was a hell of a
It's like they're
stealth
reading my mind. So just these survivors know what's up. They know what to do in certain situations. They know if you commit to a gen right now, you're gonna get found and not be able to get that done. We should stealth a little bit and try to get these pickups going so we can have another chase, which wastes the killer's time and can just, you know, get these gens done. Get more gens done. That's what we do.
And if he
So,
and if he does result with a slug here that results in a bleed out, it's going to cost a fresh hook. So he is going to want to get this hook at some point. We're not quite that close to the bleed out scenario, but they are trying to force that.
Yeah, JoJo only a quarter in here on the bleed up bar, but it looks like we're going to be picking up because, like I mentioned before, he does have Swords Hook Pain Resonance in play here, and it looks like that hook right by there was a Pain Resonance hook, so allowing that hook to happen just makes the generator Z-Slasher was working explode 20%, and that might have been the make or break on that generator popping too, so hopefully, or not hopefully, it's very unlucky that that was the case. Z-Slasher now going down, but making the trade for JoJo. JoJo has a very tough call here to make, trying to survive this chase and get another generator done. Unfortunately, doesn't happen, and we're looking at 4 kills, 2 generators.
yeah, and you've seen the experience of this killer, right? He left a husk next to the Killer Shack, where Killer Shack gets a lot of work here on this board. And being able to quickly teleport there and cut off that chase really came into the favor of the killer here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unfortunately, Z-Slasher has disappeared, hiding somewhere.
Yeah. Z-Slasher wants that bleed out to happen. He's not gonna be giving or trying to not give that Jesus that chance to have those full 12 hook states. Not here at the hatch, so he could be anywhere on the map right now. No adrenaline to call for, so we'll see where Z-Slasher eventually is, if we do find him, or if the bleed out will happen.
This is very important for those just tuning in. We have 1 survivor down. If Jesus cannot find them before the timer or before the bleed out, he will only be awarded 2 hook states. The maximum he can score is 12 hooks, 4 fresh hooks. So he won't get a fresh hook. He won't get a kill hook. So, or he won't get the original hook, so he'll be at 11-3 instead of 12-4, and that could really play into the next match against that Pinhead, giving him just that little bit of wiggle room to win.
Yeah, instead of allowing 4 gens to pop in order to for the survivors now just have to pop those 4 generators instead of being able to tie with 3 generators if we ever got to that situation because of that one bleed out that Jesus has the potential to allow, and Z-Slasher's hiding skills also allows. Z-Slasher, definitely stealthy man. Ace Visconti, for those that don't know, is the quietest survivor in Dead by Daylight. Kind of by far. There's some that have kind of come close, like Ada, for example, but Ace still that #1 quietest survivor. There's potential that even there might be perks being ran by Z-Slasher to make him even quieter, like tenacity, for example. That's not out of the question, so...
And I was wondering why they made that trade the way they did. It looked like it was sloppy, but that is my noviceness coming into play in their expert comp skills of the reason they did that trade is probably the perks and probably, like you said, Ace being quiet and Z-Slasher's hiding ability. They are really making it difficult for Jesus to find them.
And there's one place where Jesus hasn't looked, and that's in the basement. So I'm really curious to see if he's actually down there or not. Because he kind of stepped in and then went out, but I'm really curious to see if he's down here or not.
Jesus, I believe Jesus is reading your mind here, Bastion. Just going straight into the place, and right after you said that, as
Right
we know,
before the bleed
Jesus
out,
is our
I will
Lord and
switch.
Savior.
Oh
After all,
no!
He
You
knows
Oh,
best.
found
no.
him!
No, there he is.
So
Oh,
Oh.
just
Wow.
barely. Oh man.
That is
Oh.
that is a huge hook. Now that puts a lot more pressure on that pinhead to have a really good match.
Yep, can't allow more than 3 generators to pop. If that 4th generator pops, then the underdog bracket can go. But if we allow 3 generators to pop, we could see our first 1v1 tiebreaker. If we only allow 2 or less generators to pop, then, hey, that means that Courage moves on to the grand finals and Gamblers goes to the underdog bracket. So I'm very curious to see how this will end up going. And looking over these perks, I was correct. There is a tenacity on the board by Z Slasher. So
Yeah.
I
That was their plan from the
I was
start when
able
they did
to-
that trade. You were right. That was brilliant trade and it almost worked. Oh,
yeah, just so close to working.
all right.
Z
Everything here
Slasher
looks.
had that goal in mind.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and jump to the next one. But you guys know what I'm rooting for now. I'm rooting that our pinhead gets a 4K with only 3 generators completed at 4 fresh hooks, 12 hooks all the way down, perfect tie, and then we go into the tiebreaker scenario. That's exactly what I'm rooting for, because we have, in 4 tournaments, we have not had a 1v1 to determine a winner, so I'm ready for it. It's now. It's now or never, baby. All right.
Let's go.
Courage. And Firejack is ready. He is a pinhead main. So this is going to be interesting to see. The last pinhead we saw actually really impressed me with their shots. And I have not really got to witness Firejack on pinhead. So I'm actually really excited.
Yeah, it'll come down to the amount of pressure the pinhead can put on with the manual chains, right? The pinhead does not have a lunge per se, and he really needs those chains to hit to slow down survivors and loops and chases. Dead Dog has a lot of obstacles and a lot of things to jump through, so this pinhead does have an uphill battle here.
Now, here's a fun fact for you guys. This is not the first pinhead Gamblers survivors have gone against. In the first round of this tournament, Gamblers versus Mirage, Mirage has also picked pinhead, so Gamblers are familiar with this. They've had that practice before, so we'll see if that practice continues on, and we see maybe a similar performance as per last time. Who knows? It's a different killer, so to say, this time. Different person killing, and I've had my fair share of Firejack pinhead. This guy can definitely spread pressure like crazy if you allow him, so we'll see what happens once we load into this game and our survivors are joining just now.
Nugs, how do you feel about pre-breaking the doors? Now, I'm always someone, when I play Dead Dog as a killer, I try to break the 2 doors in the saloon, the door at the killer shack, and then on the opposite side, the 2 doors that are between the vault.
I usually only break the shack door when I'm at shack in a chase and it feels kind of necessary. The doors in main, though, I will always pre-break if I spawn at main. If I'm not at main, I'll usually wait for a chase to go there, as chases really often go main, and I feel like I might leave that chase soon. I'll break a door and make my merry way to wherever I feel like I need to be.
Yeah, main is where killers go to die, right? That is a really painful house, especially with a survivor group that is well versed in how to properly loop main building. The saloon is a death trap for killers.
Now, it may be just because I play a lot of pubs and I'm not really into the comp playing style of the community, right? I'm more of the commentator and the organizer of them. But when I play, in the back of my mind, when I go to Dead Dog, I'm like, they can have main. I'm not gonna guard that generator. You know what I mean? Like, I just let them have it. Probably 75% of the time. Is that something that comp players do, or are they still fighting for every gen and they're just strategically going up there when they need to? You know, give us a little bit more insight on that, Nugs.
Okay, so quite typically when a Dead Dog Saloon is generated, you'll have that kind of platform generator that Hangman, the Gallows, whatever you like to call it. It has that wheelbarrow pallet right next to it. The platform's open when you complete it. But generally, there's almost like always a 3 gen that killers really like in that cactus field area, with that platform being one of them. So if you're kind of playing into it, I'd often really like to focus on that 3 gen, uh, try and take chases to there, so the survivors have to burn the resources in there, as it's just filled with pallets, and once those pallets are gone, they're gone forever. So if you have to defend those generators eventually, then the survivors are kind of forced to pre-run to a position in order to not give a hit for free. Sometimes there's going to be that 3 gen you really like with that main generator involved. So it kind of depends on what your generators are and what you like more in terms of defending. Like, so that kind of comes into factor. In a typical sense, I'll let them have main all the time. It's just a long walk to get there, and not really worth my time. So that's kind of my point of view on it.
And this killer needs to hold a 4-gen. So let's see what their RNG is when they load in. Would you even consider main as part of the 4-gen patches? Or would you also be like me, would you just let it go?
Main is a tough guard, especially with a killer that doesn't have per se range. Now the Pinhead does have his chains that he can stop survivors from working on for a period of time, but unlike a slinger or a huntress, right, making those hits and those tags on top of that building are quite difficult, and they do waste a lot of time.
All right,
Yeah,
we are
absolutely.
loading in here. This is a strong survivor group, just like what Jesus went against. Like he was saying in chat, going against that survivor group, even though he got the 4K and he only allowed 3 gens to complete, he was still shaking trying to get it down and be perfect with all of his shots and everything. This high level of competition that we see from these teams, it's nerves are really a part of it. You know what I mean? Like when you get that fat.
You seen the screen start to shake, especially mid-match when he missed a couple of the grenade launchers, if you will, where you could tell the anxiety he was getting there, and that's all part of the killer gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, sometimes that just kind of happens. Firejack now on the Pinhead, doing kind of what we were talking about earlier. We spawned main, so he pre-broke one of the doors. So that's kind of per par.
Ooh, that
with
box
Pinhead.
logic is
Like,
intense.
yeah.
He went right to it. Oh my god.
Just straight to it. That's my Firejack right there. So
These survivors are
basically
in trouble. Oh my goodness.
for those unaware on how the Pinhead's first box is, and box in general, it is the like kind of furthest position away from everyone, survivors and killer included. So we have offerings in play to reduce RNG as to where survivors will spawn, which allows Firejack to have an idea as to where the survivors spawned, and in turn, box is going to be here, which we saw it in the cactus field. Firejack has that box logic. Also, Amir is the one with the box right now, so Firejack might want to commit. Okay, never mind. Firejack is going to leave that chase, but Firejack was mainly committing to that chase because Amir is the box holder, and that would allow even more box pressure to start to be spread, which would be so good for Firejack.
And as
Yeah,
we
and you're seeing early on, the chains are just not hitting, and this is going to be really hard for the Pinhead if you can't hit those chains to slow down these survivor groups.
And as you can see in the top left, the generator is regressing, so we do know Ruin is in play.
Yep, that Ruin is one of those perks that are commonly seen because, again, kind of that range potential. Wow.
Oh, nasty.
That was diabolical, man.
Yeah, the trigger discipline on that head-on too, right? They didn't necessarily do it right away. They waited for the animation to end with the chain and then stunned them for even more maximum value out of that, which shows really good survivor play.
And they,
Yeah, these survivors able to waste as much time as possible. What were you saying, Thunder?
and as we were talking about earlier, the survivors keep bringing our killer back to main. We keep seeing him as soon as he gets an opportunity. Firejack leaves main immediately for exact reasons we were talking about earlier.
Oh,
Yeah, just wanting to
agreed.
go for people on away from main. Sora trying to die on this pallet. Someone nearby for that pallet save. That is the case. Furious here trying to get that pallet save, but still wasting Firejack's time as 2 generators have already popped. Now looking like he's far enough away, perhaps, for Firejack to pick him up. Getting that chain hit onto Furious to try and just keep him away, be able to pick up Sora. And Firejack definitely being worried about this save is wasting a lot of time here.
Good suffering.
Yeah, he is spending a lot of time defending against a pickup, which is not going to play well for his win con, right? The win con, they just need 2 more generators to pop, and they completed it.
Yep, because Firejack has to meet or beat that 4 kills at 2 generators. The survivors now know his entire build with that hook onto Sora, that Scourge hook, Pain Resonance coming into play, blowing up these generators for a whole 20% per fresh survivor on a Scourge hook. And he also has brought Sloppy Butcher, some nice healing regression, very useful on someone like Pinhead. If you can hit those long-range shots onto a reset, that will be very, very useful for regressing the heal, wasting even more time.
Great 50-50 mind games by Firejack on that pallet. That was amazing.
Yeah, Firejack definitely knows what's going on with these 50s and trying to play them into his favor with the help of his chains too. And now leaving for Merlin, our Saga. Good, nice window fake by him. Firejack going to be doing a nice swing and miss. Now going to be taking this chase to main. We've seen this very often. Not actually going away from main, likely going to be a generator that is being worked on, which is why we have Chase right here currently. Now it looks like our Saga is going to be going down and could offer another Pain Resonance for Firejack to regress these generators.
Yeah, and he's still got a long ways to go. Firejack needs a lot more help here. He needs these a mistake from the survivor group to try to make enough hay where he can make a comeback here.
Yeah, Firejack is definitely relying on these survivors to make some mistakes and take advantage of them to meet this win con. Because if the survivors don't make those mistakes, then there's not really much Firejack can do in order to get this kind of win condition. So we're hoping that on the side of Courage, Gambler survivors here just making those tiny, tiny mistakes that eventually snowball and snowball and snowball into a nice maybe 4-man slug that just happens. Firejack is really looking like he's going for these fresh hooks, getting those Pain Resonance tokens used, and just trying to regress these generators as much as possible. We're seeing if he chooses for the Tunnel Up or Furious the fresh hook, and it looks like we are going to be going after Furious. So yeah, Firejack's main priority right here is the Pain Resonance tokens. I'm not very sure how much I feel positively about this decision, but who knows? Firejack might have a plan up his sleeve that we have no idea about.
Yeah, and you're seeing the gen spread is so critical. The gens at like 5 and 6 are just undefended, and it leaves wide open for huge gen progression.
Yeah, they're definitely very far. Like, now you have some cactus field generators and that dreadful main generator that Firejack now needs to defend for with his life in order to secure some form of win condition. But right here, that is going to be very huge for Firejack if he can kind of make some value out of this. That box grab going to be very useful. Unfortunately, though, these survivors doubling that 4th generator and making sure that the grand finals is their spot to claim just immediately.
Yep, not enough early hooks, a lot of missed chain opportunities. Really put Firejack behind the 8 ball here, and kudos to the survivor group being able to juke those manual chains and then clean up like they do with the body blocks here.
Yeah, these survivors having excellent chases, being able to avoid those chains, and just generally being able to keep Chase alive long enough, being able to cleanse the Hex Ruin was definitely something on the huge side for Firejack, and that just allows all these generators to pop. The 4th Pain Resonance token that we would have gotten from Sora, now unable to be used because all these generators are popped, and now Firejack's just here playing for that best result.
Yep, and not getting those quick downs, stumbling on the box the second time, getting the box the first time. You thought he was set up for a really good run, but then the survivors overcame that, and they put out a pretty good performance here.
Yep. We switched over to see Amir opening up a gate. All these survivors are injured, so they might just take their 3 outs and allow Sora to just die on the hook. So that is going to be a 5-stage result for Firejack. Gamblers here just showing that they are here to play, man.
That was a really good match. GG's to everybody involved. I think it was the strategy of our survivors there, which they were listening to us. All they did was just bring pressure to main, bring pressure to main, bring pressure to main, and got our killers stuck on main too long, and they were able to capitalize on it.
Getting that gen pressure, especially really early into the game, was very huge on the side of Gamblers, and just making Firejack try and panic a little bit, make him maybe a little stressed out, and start making him with those chains to keep those chases going. Definitely played into Gamblers' favor and allowed Gamblers to move on to the grand finals. But that was not the last time we see Courage. After this matchup between Effigy and Prism, we will see Courage once more in the underdog bracket to see who versus Gamblers in that grand final.
Absolutely, good segue. In Effigy versus Prism, you guys are up. Effigy, you are the top seed, so I need to know from you, do you want the 1 or the rocket ship? Effigy calls the 1. They are not believing in the rocket ship. And you know what happens when you don't believe in the rocket ship? I don't, but somebody knows what happens when you don't believe in the rocket ship. Oh, and they landed. They got it. It was the 1. All right, Effigy, do you want to be the killer first, or do you want to be the survivor first?
Looks like we were not familiar with their game. They got that 1. Not believing in the rocket ship might cause some moral issues, but they don't care about the morals. Maybe they just want that 1.
All right, we got everything reset on the scoreboard. We're ready to go. And Critical, go ahead and have your killer send me an invite. There we go. And Prism, when you are ready, go ahead and join in on me. And we are going to see Let's take a look here. In the underdog bracket, we got Deathslinger, and we are going to be going against Pyramid Head. So Effigy is going to be busting out Deathslinger. Pyramid Head's going to be busting out, or Prism's going to be busting out Pyramid Head. What do you guys think about those? I don't think we've seen either one in this tournament so far.
Oh man, am I excited. Both these killers have that range potential. One with less range but can shoot through walls. One can't shoot through walls but can make every filler pallet, because I believe we're on an Auto Haven map. Pretty much every filler pallet is a little bit unsafe against that Deathslinger, against that Pyramid Head. So we might see a lot of zoning towards those corners in this matchup here. And I am very, very excited for both games. I can't wait to see what happens.
Looks like Deathslinger is actually going to be on Suffo Pit 1.
Ooh, contrary to my belief. Okay.
That's going to be
Suffocation
rough.
Pit 1.
What?
That is some tough sledding. So both killers, right? Both killers have the potential to attack at range and stay close. It will come down to Slinger's ability to hit shots in tight spots, right? These survivor groups, they know how to corner peek, and the windows of opportunity are going to be small. Whereas the Pyramid Head, right? Obviously, it comes down to a game of prediction, whether or not you're guessing someone stopping in a corner or you're running through, right? It'd be interesting to see how the survivor groups manage the two different somewhat styles of the killer, and if these killers can hit shots. Because if they can't hit shots, this is going to be a long trial for them.
Yeah, Slinger has that map difference where holding a 3-gen is a little bit on the easier side. We are kind of talking about this when the Blight matchups were here on the winners bracket side of yesterday. So Suffocation Pit 1, you were able to have 3-gens usually kind of a little bit close together on either side, either the main side or that shack side of the map. We'll see if that's the case this time around. And quite usually when it comes to Slinger, you'll see them kind of try to hold one side of the map and put pressure there so survivors can't work those 3 generators. You're kind of playing into that 3-gen and trying to get as many hook stages as possible, while the survivor's goal in the early game is don't allow that 3-gen to happen.
Yeah, the Slinger here is going to have to hope for a little bit good RNG here on this map, and hoping that he has a tighter 3-gen on the basement side, because the Slinger can hold a basement about as good as anybody in this game. And so having that RNG on the Slinger side will be critical for the best outcome here.
Yep, absolutely. We'll see this gen spread that comes. We'll see if this Slinger plays into how I kind of suspect it to be. We'll see. Maybe they go more chase oriented and rely on passive regression. Well, there's kind of a couple ways to play, and we'll see which one our killer on Effigy decides to play. I'm very excited to see.
And we do have a new prediction up, guys, for Effigy versus Prism. If you want to put your points in there to see what you can win, we're getting everything set up. And just to touch base with everybody so you know what's going on, Gamblers won the first matchup against Courage. Courage is not out. They go down into the underdog bracket. They will go against the winner of this matchup of Effigy versus Prism. So Courage, take a breather, get reset, reclaim your spot back up in the winner's bracket if you can. Effigy versus Prism. Whoever wins here, you'll go on against Courage. And if you win there, you're going to be going the rest of the day. So make sure you get your water, take your breaks, relax. Don't let the nerves get to you. It's just a fun tournament. We're all here having fun together. Gamblers, take a break because you'll be in our grand finals best of 3. So a whole matchup, not just how many wins you get in a row. It'll be a full matchup of survivors and then killer for each team. And we'll do that a total of 3 times if it is forced. If, let's say, Gamblers, since they haven't lost yet, let's say they win both matchups, then Gamblers will just be the champions. If the Gamblers lose one and win one, then they will force a round 3. And we are loading in.
That will be exciting. Loading in to our Deathslinger game. This man here has a gun, and he's from those times of being a cowboy. Kind of fits the theme here of the High Noon Havoc, if I say so myself.
Absolutely.
So, and Thunder in general, we see that profile picture, Thunder, and it looks like Slinger's your fit.
Yes, sir. I'm excited. He's gonna do me some justice. He's gonna get that 4K5. I'm telling you.
Yeah, 4K 5 for Thunder. That's how you get your cool points this time around, I believe. Now loading into that suffocation pit. We're at the main building side. Survivors spawned on the shack side. Looking at our gen spread here, and it looks like FG's killer here is definitely intrigued. We see 2 totems as well, so that might also influence which side that our Slinger here might try to defend. Getting that nice tag onto Autumn. We saw that he did not, as a matter of fact, try to hit them with a normal M1 basic attack, but instead let go of the chain, and this is due to his cigar add-on, which reduces the stun duration after your spear breaks by an entire second. So comparatively to something like, oh my goodness, that head-on. Oh. Man, I'm trying to explain this stuff, man. Don't do cool stuff.
Yeah, that play is well calculated, right? They hung around Shack for a long period of time, and then getting that head on really bought time for the survivor to get repositioned again.
Yep, and as I was trying to say before, when with this add-on, when you let the spear break compared to hitting, you save a lot of time. You save a whole like half a second, I do believe. So that is, and with that kind of speed, you can break the spear. That's why Critical is rather doing that kind of option. The middle generator, the likely to be highest priority, is now finished, and with a main side generator being done, it looks like Critical's just going to be defending the bottom side. This was our corrupt intervention generators. This is where both of our hex totems are. You guys saw the tiniest bit of aura at main building, which came from Hex Undying from the first chase. So these guys definitely have a good idea of the build so far. The yellow bar on the reload reveals that second add-on. The Warden's keys reveal reducing the reload speed by an additional third of a second. So now we're camping this hook, not allowing these survivors to cross the side, and Critical's in a pretty good position here.
Yeah, this side is now top priority for the Slinger, right? He's got all of his assets on this side. He's got that hook that he's somewhat defending, and there's no reason for him to leave. This map is now shrunk down to half.
Yeah, Critical kind of no longer cares about that top side, right? So because you don't really have 3 gens close together at all anymore, that 3rd gen is at the bottom side of the map, and again, those 2 hex totems are very, very valuable to Critical for that regression of hex ruin that these survivors likely do know about now. So that will kind of help Critical's case, and trying to get that tunnel out onto Autumn, doing a good job taking this to the correct half of the map, so that Critical either commits to this chase or has to let go of this chase.
Good shot.
Now, good shot, but Autumn doing a good job kind of forcing that chain to break. Critical going to be taking that chain and just swinging so he doesn't get stunned, and that kind of forces Autumn in a bad position. Not kind of spamming those ADSs, and that third generator popped. I believe that now it's just a 2-2 split, so these survivors are being very efficient.
I'm really surprised when this killer had this was a survivor on the spear. They didn't drag him back to that hook to try to guard the hook and keep that speared survivor injured. And I think that ended up costing that defense, and now it's broken the game wide open because you took the chase across the board.
Yeah, kind of like that major mistake. There's two sides of the coin where you want that survivor out of the game to force a 3 versus 1 position, but now you're a 4.4 killer that has to patrol the entire map instead of just one half. So that kind of map size, quote unquote, being doubled, so to say, just
Ooh, I don't think he saw the
going
scratch
to
marks
hurt.
there. I'm surprised he didn't commit to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when you commit to a camp, right? You've got to commit to the camp. You can't be haphazard at it. You have to stick to the plan. And I think the slinger let us down a little bit by not committing to it. He had full control of that survivor, could have dragged him back to the hook and kind of thwarted that save attempt.
Yeah, absolutely. That gun being reloaded would have definitely just helped you hit that shot, and it's gonna be pretty huge. Might even force that trade to happen, so then you have at least a survivor on the floor while you're going for that tunnel out, and maybe even get that tunnel out sooner because of some unsuspecting things that happened that might have made some people on the survivor side panic, because that's definitely very possible.
Yeah, now we're seeing chases. Now we're seeing chases around in the dead zone, right? On the Killer Shack side, there's 2 quote-unquote dead zones. This one has a little more resources, but they're also longer loops for the 4.4 killer to try to chase.
Yeah, which is why we see Critical just pretty much instantly break that pallet. He doesn't want to deal with those kind of 50-50s, especially because even on a 4.6 killer, this is commonly seen as like the god rock filler. It's like impossible to lose a 50-50 because there is no 50-50. And these survivors were efficient.
Doors on the same side.
These survivors were efficient. The good news for Critical is what you just said. Doors are not, or did you say doors were on the same side? Yeah, doors are on the same side. Okay, yeah.
Correct.
That's just good news.
And the other problem is that this place hasn't been worked, right? You've only had the 2 pallets that are gone, but these survivor group have everything to work with here, and it wasn't really a chased area. So having the doors on a open side where there hasn't been much action really hampers the killer's ability to try to salvage a hook or 2 here.
Yeah, and now with Chase being on this top half of the map, while Azur is doing his thing, kind of having those little bit of aura reveals. Thanks, Hex Undying. You're my favorite. While this happens, Kego is getting picked up and fully healed to allow for some easier workings of at least one exit gate, probably the one further away, because this chase is so close to this other exit gate that they likely want to work this exit gate. Faking the window, doing a good job, Azur, but gets shot through that window. Critical with that nice prediction. We see another survivor kind of going towards the gate, trying to save Azur, but it looks like it won't be the case. Snapply and Kego are out, and this will result in 6 stages for Critical and the side of Prism to meet or beat.
Yeah, really tough sledding on this map for Slinger. Slinger negotiating a map of this this design is quite difficult. And he had to hit a bunch of shots early and really force the survivor's hands. He did get a little benefit from having all of his assets on one side of the board, but not being able to defend that camp out really broke the game open.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
map
absolutely.
is definitely very, very hard for Slinger.
Yep, and that also kind of shows the importance of getting that tunnel out quick. The reason this kind of happened is because that tunnel out didn't happen quick enough. So, unfortunately for our killer, that just wasted some more time because those shots were missed and a couple mistakes were made that allowed these survivors on Prism to just have that time work more gens.
All right, we are gonna switch on over to, I believe it was Pyramid Head, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep,
Prism's
the
Pyramid
Executioner.
Head. Yeah, go ahead and send me that invite when you can. Win condition is they got to get a minimum of 7 hooks. If they get 6 hooks and 3 fresh hooks, they will also meet the win condition. So
In my
Yep.
restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill.
This killer can't relax in sorts, right? You still got to execute, but having a win condition is a little bit softer than what we've normally seen does allow for a little bit more free play, little bit more of the missed what do they call those things? What is the singer's move called, or the executioner's?
I believe
Not
it's
the
Punishment
trail.
of the Damned.
Yeah,
That
the
kind of the M2 attack, yeah?
yeah, the M2 attack. He
Yeah.
has a little more leeway now, and we'll see how well these survivors outdo this killer.
And welcome in, Raiders. We are in the middle of High Noon Havoc, a competitive Swift tournament. We are in the semifinals of the underdog bracket. We have our team in the top. You will see F of G on the left-hand side and Prism on the right. Thank you for coming in. Let's get you a shout-out while we're waiting for the teams to show up here. How was your stream? How are you? Welcome in, everybody. My name is Thundergun86. I'm a DBD streamer. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. So I do a lot of shenanigans, a lot of cool things like these tournaments. So join in, hang out with us, have some fun. All right.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
I don't
and-
have the thing here. Go on.
Yeah, and with this Pyramid Head, right? What he's on Wrecker's Yard. The revamp,
Yes.
the revamp to Wreckers, right, does open it up for survivors to not have to do long lines of travel, which will hamper the executioner's ability to straight line hit some of these survivors. So some of that is going to be in their favor. I'm really curious to see how this killer negotiates main building. We saw the main building be a problem with Pinhead, and I'm really curious to see if the gas station here will be worked by the survivor group.
To be fair, my understanding, depending
Yeah.
on the layout of main building, what doors are open, because if you remember, there's 2 breakable doors there. So if they're both closed, the killer potentially can use that as a death trap for our survivors, unless they get main building gen done and open up the garage door, right?
I believe you guys are thinking of Gas Haven.
Yeah, we're thinking Gas Haven, not Wreckers. Wreckers doesn't have that.
Oh,
Yeah, Wreckers
I'm
just
sorry.
is
Yeah, I was like,
the
wait a
same
second.
map as Unknown,
Yeah.
where it's just that shack in the middle and it's just purely tiles and fillers. And
You know what? I stand by what I said, Nugs. I stand by what I said.
Hey, I know. Your points are valid. Your points are valid. I'm not invalidating just because we might be talking about a separate map, because this can be true on how the main building is played on Gas Heaven. So, not wrong at all, Thunder. I'm not arguing. I'm a good nuggie.
Critical wants us to make it Suffopit 1 I'm sorry, brother. I wish we could.
Shuffle Pit 1 always continues to be that map that all killers groan when they load into it. They're just like, oh no, this is gonna be a battle, right? And yeah, I've never enjoyed that map. I liked some of the reworks they've done on that map, but that still is a constant struggle no matter what killer you have.
But on that side note, Critical, I'm gonna need you to make some time to show me how to shoot with Deathslinger, so we can get some lore accurate thunder gun action on this channel. Because those were some really great shots, really great setups, everything that you were doing. Absolutely. Just, I think the survivor group you had, and then the map you had, it was the downfall. Suffo 1 for Slinger. Personally, I don't understand why he was on Suffo 1, but I know there's arguments for it because of the way that he can hold a 3-gen with his medium range that he has, but that's rough. It's good for holding 3 to 4 gens. Yeah, exactly what Jesus popped in and said exactly what I was thinking. Because of how hard he can hold a 3 to 4 gen, it's decent for Slinger. It's so hard the way the gens pop, though. Unfortunately.
Yeah, losing that center gen first really broke the game open. The survivor groups with that head on at the killer shack, really extending that chase out, really opened up their options.
So you're saying I walked away for 5 seconds and I missed a head on? Is what you're saying?
Yes.
I'm never leaving again.
There was a head on at the beginning of the game.
He shot at the survivor, and then he got head on right as he hit her.
Oh my god, I'm never leaving again.
Well timed.
I
And again,
know.
right? Just bought more time and that allowed that center gen to get done, and then all of a sudden it's just the floodgates were opened up at that point.
Yeah, it's just insane how kind of some moments can just define games. Like, we've seen this so many times throughout this tournament here. Like, one whiff defines the final gen pop. A chase lasting 3 more seconds defines a gen pop. A head-on defines that major dead gen pop at the beginning of the game. So
Oh my god, that was beautiful.
I'm
by
excited
OG.
to see some more. Oh, and OG on the pyramid head is here to make some noise already. Okay, already just showing that he's here to play. Just getting that nice first punishment of the damned hit, and now kind of just forcing Izanami to make or break, and
OG
Izanami
has shown
makes...
he's a good pyramid head. I tell you what.
Yeah, OG. I've had my fair share of OG. I've kind of said this a little bit often, but I've seen a lot of these killers before, and they're definitely showing up to par. Exactly what I'd expect from OG here.
And you didn't see a corrupt, right? And that's key, because this killer is quite confident that even bringing corrupt, right, the perk will be over by the time. Oh my goodness! By the time the first down happened, so betting on himself is really clutch.
Yeah, and that allows for another perk to be brought. We saw.
I don't think he makes this.
Yeah, he does.
He does? Okay.
Yeah, he does.
Yes, he does.
I can bring in a fun fact here for Wiggles.
Yes,
this
give us the fun fact.
fact.
I want to hear it.
Okay.
Oh my
this is-
god, that
this is-
hit! What is this pyramid
this
head
is-
on?
okay.
Brother!
OG, I'm
is
trying to
cracked.
educate people. Like, you're just stealing my show here, man. You're just hitting some amazing shots. I know.
And
But
it,
yes,
it
this-
goes to show, right, for this individual setting the tone, right? He's hit a few shots early, really putting pressure on the survivor group to have to play tight now. Now these survivor groups are playing tight, and that just opens up for mistakes. Go ahead.
Yeah, this little fun fact about wiggling, it's education time. Maybe OG won't make an amazing play while I'm talking for once. But how wiggling works as killer, if you're like not bringing anything like Iron Grasp that extends that wiggle timer a little bit, you have 10 grunts to hear. usually, like from 0 to 100. And once that 10 grunt is heard, that is when the survivor will wiggle, like after the 10th grunt. That's how you know the survivor's about to wiggle. There with Rebecca, we saw 8 grunts, where we heard 8 grunts, so the wiggle was roughly 80% of the way there. And this unfortunately does not apply to Xenomorph and Vecna, and I believe Dark Lord, if I remember correctly. I might be wrong on that one, but those are the main exceptions to that rule. I believe you can only hear like 5 to 6 because of how weird it is. Overall, though, there's your education lesson. OG still did some amazing stuff. God damn it.
Yeah, and that Rebecca heading to the corner, right? The survivor groups know there's no gens there, and making the killer go all the way across there just to secure that final kill here does buy them some time to reset and pop a few more gens, right? This killer still has a win condition and still has to meet it, and so they're doing their best to try to waste this killer's time. And as you can see, he breaks away from that chase. He knows his defendable items are not even close to being over there.
Yep, I mean, exactly. OG here just... And OG also feels like he can freely commit to that chase because he kind of has that win con on the lower end. It feels like a little bit of a breather to him, and that just will kind of help him make these amazing plays because he doesn't feel like he's under that much stress. He's already halfway there to that tie condition, just 3 more stages, and he'll be at a tie, maybe a win if he decides to hook 2 unique people, which we might likely see because he has brought Scourge Hook, Pain, Resonance. These survivors know about this perk now, so there's still 3 tokens available to his arsenal. We'll see how and when OG will use these tokens, if he'll use 1 for the next 3 hook stages, or if he uses multiple for the next 3 hook stages, and that is if he gets those 3 hook stages. These survivors might just 3-stage him, might just play perfectly from here on out, and just not allow OG to get these down. So we'll just have to see how these play. We'll see how these go, these chases. OG has a very nice gen spread, however. There's
this is
these,
nasty.
yeah, these gens from the deep pocket to the car pile, and then there's Shack as that force generator. So this is definitely brutal.
Yep, and negotiating these obstacles, right, is going to be these killers' focus. This is going to be a little bit more of a dry gameplay, a tag, and then break chase. This is going to be basically a just use up your resources until I want to go after you.
Yep, exactly. The main key here, OG is playing it slow.
Oh my god, they're both
because
there.
of this case, and
A magical Laura
2 survivors
disappears.
just kind of chilling. OG's playing it slow. The survivors are playing it slow because you don't want to give those tags for free. Renato running into those trails revealed his position, and now OG knows that he's gonna be like the on that Shack generator, and then that will officially reveal another perk to the survivors. That is going to be Eruption blowing up on, I believe, 3 generators. So that's some insane regression already happening. And then there's going to be a Pain Res that's going to be used. So just some insane regression just happened. And OG is definitely going to be liking that regression that happened.
Yeah, he knows if he gets this next person hooked, he's in the driver's seat. So this chase will probably be had all the way to the end here.
Yeah, I would not expect OG to leave this chase whatsoever, no matter what happens. That tag happening there is definitely making OG think, yeah, I can definitely commit to this chase for a while, because Myers has to rotate for that unhook if the second stage happens, and I hook this guy, it's over. So Myers is on the rotate right now, and then Renato here still has that tough task where you need to keep this chase long enough where 2 generators are popping. So that's going to be a tough toll.
You
And
had to say something.
Myers actually,
The commentator's curse.
God, okay, my bad. Or is it my bad, or is OG just that good that
Good way to
he
put
can
it.
just make me a fool of myself?
This is a
Gen
weird
popping,
scenario
though.
here, because not going for the unhook and greeting the gen. I don't know the thought behind it, and so we will see. Now we'll see another hook, and this will be the end of the run for what is it, effigy?
Unless Mitch has Unbreakable right now.
He
Well,
would have
either
been
way,
up
the
by
win
now if he hadn't
condition
break-
is met. There is no unbreakable, unfortunately. So OG now just gonna be looking for this Renato, and like they're just gonna send him to a cage. That will result in the end of the game, and Prism getting a lovely, lovely 4K1. OG, can you give us a heart? Oh, are we drawing a smiley face? Hold on. Do we see that smiley face? Yes, we do.
We get a
He's
smiley
happy.
face.
He's going to verse Courage.
Uh,
It's now Prism versus Courage that is going to be upcoming next. So, OG very happy about that.
And the survivors with the win condition being met, the survivors can go ahead and give up on hook. We can go ahead and DC. That's perfectly fine. Nobody can get out of their cages. Nobody can get out of their hooks. So we'll just go ahead and go on to the back to the lobby. We'll look at all the perks. That was something that we mentioned yesterday, and keep in mind for today as well, guys. If there is no point in waiting on hook, if everybody's on hook or cages in this instance, and they cannot get out of that predicament, and it's just game over, we do not have to wait. We can go ahead and go on through the end of the trial.
And this executioner came out swinging, right? He hit his first 3 M2s, really set the tone for how this game is going to play out, and definitely made the survivor group tighten up, right? And whenever you play a game super tight, you're bound to make a mistake or two. And we did see some interesting choices from the survivor group transitioning from mid game to late game, where some choices probably could have been made different. But GG's and hats off to everyone that participated in this one.
And good question. Can we see the brackets? Yeah, give me 1 second here. One thing I wanted to bring up is he did have an ace up his sleeve. OG was running Noed in case it came to it. He was going to slug everybody out at the end with those frosty eyes. So I liked where it was going with that. But GG's to everybody. Prism is going to move on. And let's go ahead and take a look at the entire bracket for everything here today. Or the whole tournament. This is the entire tournament so far of how everything has panned out. We started with Gamblers and Mirage, Effigy, Suffocate, Scarlet Hedgies and Courage, Prism and Somo Soup, Ooh Woo. Then we went over to round 2, Nox's, Gamblers, Locker Gremlins, Suffocate, Renegade, Courage, Hysteric, and Prism. Going into our underdog bracket. We had Hysteric versus Mirage, Renegade versus Effigy, Locker Gremlins versus Scarlet Hedgies, Nox's versus Soup. Into Mirage versus Effigy, Locker Gremlins versus Soup. Moving us on over to the next rounds. Over here we had the Gamblers and Suffocate. Courage and Prism, Suffocate and Effigy, Prism and Soup. Leading us to the final setup that we had here of Gamblers versus Courage, Effigy versus Prism. And now since Prism moves on, it will be Courage versus Prism. And then the winner of this matchup will go against Gamblers in a best-of-3 finals. So, Courage, you are the top bracket. So, it is your turn. Do you want the 1 or the rocket ship? There's no way they disrespect the rocket. If you disrespect the rocket, you lose. Every single time somebody didn't bet on the rocket ship, they've lost throughout the whole tournament.
We have a 1 for Courage in chat. Griff said that. So
1 for
Let's
Courage.
see this
All right,
one.
let's do it. They are
Yeah.
disrespecting the rocket ship. I don't know how that's going to pan out. And once again, the rocket ship reigns supreme. So, Prism, do you want to kill first or survive first? And in this matchup, for the finals of the underdog bracket, we are going to see a Pinhead from Prism. And from Courage, we're going to see a Plague.
Ooh.
First Plague of the entire tournament. What do you expect to see from a Plague? Like, we've seen plenty of Pinheads. We've seen it. It's Dead Dog. Stay away from the main if you can as the killer. Prism's going to kill first.
We're going to get our hand...
Go ahead.
We're going to get a handful of Dead Dog, right? So the next two maps are going to be Dead Dog. So it's going to be come down to win condition at this point, right? And what does the killer have to work with, and what do they need to meet? Pinhead is a little more straightforward in their gameplay. They're a little more aggressive. They can't necessarily hang out and guard an area. But the Plague is versatile. The Plague, you can play multiple different ways. You can play to what you need and mold her into something that can go, if you're going to go full attacking or full defending. So it'll be interesting to see what we end up with.
Well, it looks like Plague is actually on Suffopit.
What was it on Suffo?
Yeah.
Similar
Suffo
to
one?
Deathslinger.
Yeah.
Again, though, right?
Oh,
the
real
Plague can
quick.
still be
OG, are you our killer? Because I did not get an invite from
I
your
believe
killer.
OG
So
should be.
he should be the killer.
killer.
I just want to confirm before we go forward because we got the whole crew joining in and getting set up. And if you are OG, make sure the map is set correctly because we should be going to Dead Dog for your Pinhead match if you are going to be our Pinhead. But go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt. What were you saying, Patches?
No. I'm just saying the Plague, right? Having a set win condition now because they will see the outcome of the first matchup. Will determine how they build their character. The Plague can be used in multiple different ways. A lot of times in comp, they generally are territorial and they guard an area. But if you need 6 or 7 hooks to win the match, right, you may go with a more aggressive Plague. By the way, I do have a question. Who ended up with my 100,000 moonshine for that last prediction?
I did.
So it was Prism. All right, so let's go ahead and get that. And let's start the next one up.
Got 36,000 moonshine. That VIP will be mine soon enough.
Jesus. That's insane.
Holy.
So yeah, we're gonna see another installment of Pinhead. It'll be interesting to see how this Pinhead plays, right? The early game for Firejack, right? It started out on fire, essentially, right? Started at main, broke a door, got right to a box, moving on, right? Now we'll be curious to see how this Pinhead plays out. Are they gonna have the same kind of setup, or are they gonna go elsewhere?
Yep, gonna be very curious to see the difference in early games. There could be that chance where OG just isn't able to find that box. I know OG does have that box logic down. I've said this many times, but I've had my fair share of OG's killers. So I've had my first ever tryout, as a matter of fact, was against OG's Pinhead. I remember this very it's just kind of in the back of my mind. So his Pinhead, very good. I would suspect that he has that box logic down. We'll see if he finds that box and get that similar early game to Firejack, and we'll see if he can hold on to that early game and get that good result for Prism to go against Courage's Plague for their survivors.
And let me get this all reset really quickly. Wish I had a button to press to just instant reset it.
Did our last Pinhead have corrupt? Yeah, they did have corrupt, didn't they? because it was
Yeah,
the cactus
Firejet
area
did
and
bring
then the water
Corrupt.
tower.
I think it was.
Yeah. I mean, it would be smart, right, to run Corrupt on Pinhead on Dead Dog. You got to get the box.
Yeah,
You got to
Corrupt
get
is-
some pressure going. I think Corrupt is probably the most powerful perk for a killer that's not gen regression, I think, in my opinion. Just to get that early game pressure, you know?
If you get it down, right, it cancels out the perk. So you have to either you're going to set up first or you're going to attack first. If you're attacking first, then Corrupt may not be your play. Just like what we saw with the Executioner. Didn't bring Corrupt, knew that they would probably get it down pretty quick, and they were just betting on themselves.
I'm assuming he didn't set the correct map. Is that what happened? Yeah. Even though I asked him to, he ignored me. So please set it to the correct map. We need it to go to Dead Dog, please. We will trust that he has issues, and we needed to do a real reset. So, but that gives me time to reset the board at least. So I wasn't ready. He wasn't ready. We'll call it a wash. The board is getting reset, so we got Courage on the left this time. And we got Prism on the right. So we are fully set up. Is this the finals? No, this is the underdog finals. So whoever wins this goes up to the grand finals and goes back up to the winner's bracket.
Yes, this is a finals of sort, right? It's a final. We're closing out the underdog bracket, and we're seeing who re-earns their right to have a chance at the banner.
Whoever wins this matchup, Alex, will be going up against our current winner's bracket winner, which is Gamblers. So they get the right to go back up to the winner's bracket and compete for the grand title.
Yep, that'll be exciting. It's like Gamblers is that final boss, so to say. They've beat everyone that they've gone against so far, and you're gonna be going back up. You're gonna be trying to defeat that final boss. I like to put it that way because it just feels so much more like what's the word? Kind of like entertaining in such a way.
Oh, we're flipped on this board here from the last time we saw Pinhead. I'm not a fan of starting on water tower side. I feel like there's just so much walking that involves before you get to anything of circumstance. I think that starting in Saloon is your best option.
With box not being found, it looks like, yeah, you were kind of correct there, trying to find the box at the saloon, so box has a chance of being here, and there's a chance that Z-Slasher was on the rotate for the box.
He heard it! Oh my god, bro. I did not hear
Yeah, you
it!
could hear
Oh
that.
my god. That was
That
beautiful.
electricity kind of static.
And it
when
gave
it
him
comes
vision
to-
across the map, too. Now he knows where everybody is.
And for the second
And-
match in a row here on Dead Dog, there's not a center gen right in the middle of the road, and that does hurt killers here, not having that center gen right in the middle of the boulevard.
Yeah, that kind of just makes that 3-gen a little bit more difficult. I do still see one with those corrupted generators. It does involve the main building, so that's like kind of not the greatest for OG. We know that there's someone nearby for the pallet save. I'm pretty sure I saw someone, and yeah, Xander was there for that pallet save. Monarch now free from OG's grasp, and this is going to be a relatively decent start for the survivors. They're still kind of not letting that first chase come in so quick. With this vault, OG's going to be revealing the good old bamboozle. So now these survivors know of Corrupt Intervention, Sloppy Butcher, and Bamboozle. OG has one more perk up his sleeve that these survivors have to figure out for themselves.
And-
Still,
Good question in
Go
chat.
on.
The killer is Prism. The survivors are Courage. You can see by that little Courage, the cowardly dog icon. That is their team logo.
yep, good choice for that logo. Team Courage, just Gotta get that supported for Courage. Get these Courage lovers in the chat. Not Courage the emotion, but you could also support that kind of, emotion feeling of Courage. I wouldn't be against it at all. Nice chain finding that reset, and with Sloppy Butcher, that's gonna regress too, all the way back to 0. So now with Xander's heal back at 0, going for that 4th injure onto Jackal to just spread those injures and kind of force everyone to reset. OG definitely knows what to do on these M1 killers and is making a show for it.
This survivor is just smart, right? Taking him to the area where there's no defendables, and OG has to make quick work here, or we're gonna start seeing gens fly.
Although we do see the survivors are constantly healing rather than prioritizing gens. I wonder if that's going to come back to bite them.
Good down.
There's some plays where healing can be better because quite often you like the thought of having a longer chase, and having that extra health state will help you have that longer chase and even die in the correct spots. Like, a lot of survivors will want to die around the main building because the only gen that's nearby the main building is the main building generator. So that allows kind of like 6-5 other generators that are available to be worked. Sometimes
unlucky.
Sometimes 3 generators get worked at once. Monarch with an amazing fake makes OG go for a little whiff, and now it's just, now this chase just gets extended that much longer, and we know those seconds matter. Xander on the box right by OG, not caring though. He knows that box is going to get solved, and now leaving this chase for Monarch. Xander fast vaulting into OG's arms though. OG having a little bit of a delayed reaction to it, but at the end of the day still gets that hit. All 4 survivors are once more injured. OG looking to spread some hooks, spread that pressure. Oh, that was barely a whiff. Those just like milliseconds. That could also even be resilience. I wouldn't be fully surprised if it was, because that looked like Xander should have gone down.
Yeah, it might have been resilience. We see that with every single survivor group. There's at least one person with resilience.
And we're seeing this killer not break the door, right? That door in Killer Shack is so vital for running Killer Shack here, especially for an M1 killer. You've got to have that extra time, but choosing not to break that door is an interesting play, in my opinion.
I'd want to say that Bamboozle is kind of influencing his choice as to what doors to break, as just being able to vault that window. The survivor's just already on the other side, and then you're vaulting it and blocking it, so you can't play that window anymore, and the shack pallet is already gone anyways. Like as we see here, the shack window vaulted, blocked, and there's no reason for that door to currently be broken until it eventually comes to it, unless OG wants to do a little bit of mind games, kind of force someone to stay at that shack window. Maybe then we shall see that shack door get broken.
Killer after my own heart. As you can see, main building has been left to be completed. That's exactly how I play it every single time. It's just like, I'm not going to deal with it. I know it's basically a death trap for the killers. You want main building? Take it. I'll protect the other 6 gens. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not a main building defender. I don't like defending that generator. It's just so tedious to get to when there's just 6 other gens that are on ground level. If you count the platform gen as ground level, it's kind of basically ground level in my opinion. It's gone anyway, okay.
There it is. You just keep bringing everything in. You got the commentator's curse.
Might have been cursed today, guys. I don't think I should be here for the grand finals.
Yeah, and so you're seeing this Pinhead, right? Not opting for housekeeping, leaving the strong pallet up that these survivors keep using.
Me.
But getting that slug
I came.
still has a lot of work here to make salvage a good score.
2 slugs very quickly
Yeah.
back to back, though. That is very exciting for our Pinhead here.
Yeah, OG definitely getting that better positioning now. Monarch used For the People onto Xander to allow Xander to just instantly be healed. That resulted in a little bit of a shorter chase from Monarch and allowed that teleport to happen onto Jackal, which gives him the second hook stage now. There's 2 people on Death Hook, 2 people that OG currently have eyes for. OG, or not OG,
hello,
Z
Luis.
Slasher and Monarch are the fresh hooks that offer pain reses, and then Jackal and Xander are the people that offer OG the kill. So every survivor can be appealing to chase depending on how the chases go, how early they give tags and where they go. Like we just saw Z Slasher run to the main building. OG does not want to deal with the main building. OG leaves the chase, and now we go look for Jackal, who just got unhooked.
Instead, he finds Xander.
Our other death hook person, and now everyone once more injured. OG here showing he can spread these injuries like crazy. No biggie at all. It's just quick work of these injuries, and with Sloppy Butcher being able to spread that pressure, kind of force those shorter chases. Xander kind of spinning the chain, making OG do a nice little spinny spin. Jackal on the box solve, the other Death Hook survivor, and that kind of appeals to OG too, because Xander's at the main building. Now Jackal very far away, so we'll see how Jackal takes this chase to other places, kind of away from these generators here. But if Jackal doesn't last long enough for these gens to pop, this 3v1 can occur.
Yeah, we're starting to see the nerves affect this killer, right? Oh, good double back. Missing a lot more chains than start out loose, right? Ready to play, hanging out, vibing. Now we're starting to see chains miss, and the pressure's on. This killer is starting to feel a little more anxiety because the gens are popping and they're in bad spots.
Yeah, hopefully some of that anxiety has relieved a little with that death onto Jackal. Still 2 generators left to be worked, so it's not over yet for OG. He still has that kind of 4 kills potential if these survivors do make enough mistakes. We already have that kind of progress achieved in the 3v1 where there's already another survivor that's Death Hook, which is Xander. So if Xander does get found, then that would occur a 2v1, or if Monarch gets found with the box, I'll bring this up because this is the scenario that's happened. Getting found with the box, extremely crucial, especially in a place where some gens are near and no kind of resources to work with. This is just purely a dead zone. Monarch had to run towards the main building instead of kind of here in order to survive as long as possible. And knowing where those other 2 survivors are, those are kind of close positions, like one on this gen here, I believe, and then given that other bubble, probably the water tower, I'd have to say. So this is going to be very crucial to the survivors, very huge for the killer.
And this is where Pinhead starts to play strong, right? When you have a 2v1 and you have to fight the chains, right? So that means someone's on box duty, someone's on gen duty, and unless a chase can be really dragged out here, I think the Pinhead has now gotten in a position where he can really enforce his will.
Yeah, he even like feels that he has the time to just kind of break these pallets and just move on with his life, as we're just going to be leaving this chase. We know where Xander is, we know rough idea where Monarch is, as this unhook had just happened, so OG knows that the water tower generator is kind of priority, So, like, given its progress, so he's kind of just going there, seeing if anyone's there, and there were scratch marks there, and this results in Monarch once more being chased, which can result in another Death Hook survivor.
Yeah, and that would be very key for the Ronaldo because he's a fresh hook, and that fresh hook surviving would be critical to the point scoring.
Yep, absolutely. Now, 2 Death Hook survivors. We have one generator being repaired, and another generator has just finished. You were saying something, Patches?
I misspoke. The ace is the fresh hook, and the Ronaldo is on death hook.
Yeah. So there's still those 5 stages to be offered between them. OG now is going to this gen with high progress. We saw who was working here, but will OG find this person? That is the real question. And it looks like, as a matter of fact, there was currently no one on some generators, as Z has gone to the box and Xander has rotated for Monarch's unhook once more. So now 2 Death Hook survivors that are healthy. OG knows the rough position of where they are, and OG also knows that Z Slasher is around the main building, kind of stealthing somewhere.
Yeah, and it's going to be really tough for this pinhead to keep pressure on now because of the gen spread here. It just takes him so long to cross map if that's the choice that the killer makes, and so getting this down here will be critical for saving all the points that they can get.
Yep, currently OG's primary target would be Z Slasher, but looks like he's just gonna take who he can get, gonna just commit to this chase to Xander. Monarch being caught in the open now, no gates nearby, and this could result in just Monarch dying instead of Xander, just keeping Monarch in this corner, going for a swing. Monarch not vaulting is going to result in a whiff, and now just breaking the pallet. Monarch doesn't really have anywhere to go, I believe. The resources here were burned, so you just have this window. Monarch's going to be forcing the locker, and both of the other survivors are going to escape, resulting in 8 kills or 8 stages and 3 fresh hooks. This is not 2v8.
And he got cool points for getting the hatch at the last second. So props to him for that.
Yep, another pinhead suffering on the board of Dead Dog, right? Dead Dog's a small map. Everyone feels that it's an achievable map, but for a pinhead who doesn't have the snowball ability, it is really hard for him to make ground if you get into an favorable position.
Yep. Next up is going to be the plague on Suffocation Pit 1, where Courage's killer has to get at least 9 stages, or can get the 8 stages with 4 fresh hooks, all 4 survivors being hooked at least once. So, Patches, how do you think this kind of win condition looks for a plague on Suffocation Pit?
And Patches just disappeared on us. So me personally,
Vanish.
when it comes to Suffo Pit, unless you're one of the bigger movement killers myself, I feel like Suffo Pit is just so rough to defend. You literally, from my opinion, what you have to do is you have to commit to a side in the middle. You just understand that the other side's gonna be taken if you don't have a movement killer like Blight, Nurse, Wesker, Chucky, someone that can zoom over there. You just let that side go, and that's my personal opinion from being a pubs player. But I would assume that's probably Also what we would see in the comp setting. Because if you're not one of those fast killers, I feel like it's damn near impossible to hold the whole map, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and with this plague, right? Yeah, I would see a little more of an attacking build versus a complete defense build. The plague has that ability to switch roles and play both ways, and with them only needing 9 hook stages, I fully feel that this plague is gonna be a little more in the attack mindset versus just sitting back and letting everything come to the plague.
Yeah, I'd expect this plague to play just more defensive into the 3 gens. So because that the plague has so much passive pressure, like it's so possible to get that passive pressure where survivors are very, very likely to not cleanse against the plague because of that corrupt purge. So because this just the corrupt purge is so powerful on a plague, uh, even on healthy survivors, because of just how the power works. Just you could puke a pixel onto someone and they take a full health state of damage. So that's why survivors usually cleanse against a plague, and that's why in the competitive scene you'll see the plague's add-ons very likely consist of at least 1 apple, so you get more corrupt purge pools right off of the bat.
Well, I mean,
We'll likely see.
there's a reason she has an apple, right? The old adage of an apple
Yeah.
a day will keep the doctor away. The plague does not want these survivors to be healthy at all.
Now, there's a really funny thing that behavior can do with 2v8, adding the plague and the doctor. Because if you could bring that apple add-on base kit, and their doctor's your teammate, then there might be something a little wrong with that saying. You know what I mean?
I love it. Let's see. Hopefully,
Plague and Doctor
behavior
with
will
the
have the
2v8.
same kind of sense of humor, and they'll do it in the future. I mean, Doctor and Plague are both non-licensed characters. We'll probably see them join us in 2v8 eventually, and we are loading in. Let's
You
go.
know,
Survivors
I'd
are-
hope to eventually see. Go on, Patches.
I said these teams are after it now. They're locked in. They're ready to go. They're not wasting much time at all. They know what they got to accomplish.
Yep, that win condition is there and set. Both teams know it. Both teams will try to get there, try to not allow those 9 stages to happen if you're on the survivor side, and just try and spread enough pressure to get those 9 stages on the killer side. We'll see who's more locked in, though, because this is definitely a win condition for the bars. 8 stages is around where you'll often see on the pinhead and on the plague too. So I'm seeing that as we go further, these kind of win conditions are starting to match my expectations rather than further exceed and just suddenly 4K5. So we'll just have to see how this goes.
Yep, and you see 2 pools on the opposite side there. Unfortunate that the asset is on the what you would call the non-defended side. It will cause this plague to have to rethink strategy. Oh boy.
Already finding our first survivor, Autumn, gonna be taking chase to where the non-corrupted generators are. Something you do not want to do, especially in such an early game. And Xander here just opting for that M1 attack. Now that Autumn is injured, that they are going to know that Xander didn't bring a very common perk, Thanatophobia. So these survivors are definitely going to be wondering what Xander has brought instead of Thanatophobia. Hex Ruin already being cleansed, so it's already in these survivors' favor. Hex Ruin has that kind of passive progress. That's why, or passive regression. That's why Xander brought it, because it's just so good on the Plague, and getting it out of the game early is just so valuable.
Yeah, and you're seeing this Plague taking a very aggressive stance. They are just gonna chase after this this survivor, burn all the resources on this side, and try to get a quicker down. But this survivor is going back into the center. This is where the Plague is gonna struggle.
Yeah, especially as just a simple M1 as your Puke doesn't do anything. Your Vile Purge, not your Corrupt Purge, just your Vile Purge doesn't do anything on an injured survivor. So you're basically, you just have that basic attack, that Gumball Machine, good weapon choice to work for. So now without Bamboozle 2 at the Shack, it's just going to be so hard onto Xander. We saw Kego having that being broken, which we know he's working a generator, might be working that one generator that was completed even. So
And that hit through Shack window was pixel perfect. Oh my god.
yeah, just barely. And calling what I thought had happened, there's now there's no longer 3 generators here on the bottom side. This would have been perfect for Xander if this was the case, like a hook at basement, and then you have those 3 bottom side generators, those Shack side generators. Just would have been so perfect for Xander, and these survivors would have been in a horrible position. Azur here getting fully infected at the worst time possible, and now just going down because of it, giving Xander that second hook stage, and now these survivors are in a way tougher position than the position they had just got themselves out of.
Yeah, I was gonna wonder when he was gonna go for the Corrupt Purge, and you see it now. This is really gonna make it hard for survivors. This is his time to snowball the game here. Got to get some downs here with this opportunity. Oh, right back in his arms.
Yeah, who knows? This might have been intentional to get that grab and let Autumn get out of there scot-free, prevent that tunnel 2 happen in return for another pain res being used. I think that was Autumn getting that unhook even. So that now just brings 2 survivors on hook, 2-1. It's not ideal, but it is better than the current situation. They managed to evade that Corrupt Purge just good enough for these survivors to kind of get back into position, get back to what they do best, and that is working generators and juking the killer.
Good call out in chat with Autumn having to mend and with being broken. This is a really bad predicament for Autumn right now.
Yeah, Autumn being fully infected, can't heal, so just no matter what, you have to cleanse in order to heal, which is why you're gonna be seeing a common thing with these survivors. Everyone is injured and no one is healing because of how powerful Corrupt Purge is. I've said it before, I'll say it again because it's just that valuable to the killer. Like, we're gonna see Xander pick up this Corrupt Purge once more, and now just rotating to the bottom side of the map. We see this gen split now. There's a 2-2 split. Not very ideal for Xander. Xander wanted to have those 3 generators on one side of the map at least. So that's kind of unfortunate for Xander, our killer. But these survivors kind of going down, getting found during Corrupt Purge, also is good for Xander, because that slowly gets those hook stages up, eventually to where we get that 9th hook stage and get that win condition and go on to face our final boss of Gamblers.
Yeah, and you're seeing this Plague, right? This Plague is kind of proxying, going back and forth, knowing that the hooks are the important thing. Leaving the survivor down the corner was an interesting play because you still need those hook states, right? You're already down 3 gens. You got to get these hooks in.
Yeah, absolutely. I probably would have hooked Azur there, but who knows? Xander, we're just not familiar with Xander's game here. Snapply, unfortunately, has no resources to work with, so she will be going down, and we've already seen Snapply hooked, so this will not result in a pain resonance token. That was going to be a massive gamble if Xander was going for that middle hook. I don't believe that he made it. Xander didn't believe it either, and now we're running out of resources for on the side of Xander. All we have is one corrupt purge to help defend these generators and get those quick hook stages. There's still 4 more to ask for, so it's definitely gonna be a little bit difficult because of this 2-2 generator split that that Xander has. So we'll see how these survivors play. Kego ends up going down. If we hook Kego here, that will be the final fresh hook, and that goes from 4 hook stages to ask for, 3 after the hook, to 2 hook stages to ask for, as this is our final fresh hook, our final pain resonance. So now these survivors are in a pickle.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough for them to avoid getting down, right? They're still not cleansing. They're still not giving their health state a cure. So they're gonna play with a little bit of fire here and see how long they can drag out these chases.
As you say something, they
thing.
cleanse. Every time the commentator calls for it, it happens.
And I would suspect, right, the people that are death hook are going to cleanse, right? You've got to extend these chases as long as possible. You're death hook, you may as well find a corner pool to cure your ailments and allow your team enough time to stay in the game.
It's also with this thought that unhooking with everyone injured is quite literally impossible without a trade happening, in which we can't allow these trades to happen. If Kego was to die on that hook, then it would be Courage moving on to the grand finals here, because Kego is still worth another 2 hook stages, that struggle phase and that death hook. And this is a common thing with Azur here, so someone's gonna eventually have to cleanse and unhook Azur if it comes down to it. Who knows? Azur might have something up his sleeve. Who know? Maybe the final generator pops and there's an adrenaline. That didn't happen, but that was totally possible.
We have a hydrate for all the commentators. We've been talking a lot. We definitely need a refresh on our throats there. We need one more hook. One more hook is all it is needed for them to move on to the next stage. Can Xander pull it off?
I can see them dogpiling on a gen right now, just getting that final gen done, and then cleansing, and then it'll be how fast this killer can get some downs.
Yeah, Xander does have that good hook spot where it's just
Ooh, sprint burst.
in a pure dead zone. Autumn, with that amazing adrenaline play, now it's just these survivors needing to last in chase, and all 4 survivors escaping. Whether it comes down to something has to happen here. These survivors cannot allow another hook stage, otherwise it's game over. Autumn, with now being healthy, is able to take that hit, and now they're going towards the mid-map. The mid-map on Suffocation Pit, very, very powerful. This is what Prism wants to play around. The first gate opens, and Kego is there to take a hit. We saw Snapply cleanse. These survivors are playing with heart rates up, up right now. I can feel it there. Now taking the Corrupt Purge, Snapply unable to kind of help Autumn or Azur take those hits, but because of Kego and Snapply's help, now Xander has lost Autumn and Azur. They could be working that main gate right now. These survivors have played so efficiently, and you see that Snapply and Kego haven't left. What they are doing is healing up and perhaps trying to give another protection hit. Xander knows that they're likely still at this gate, so gonna be just likely forcing them out because of Corrupt Purge's lethality, and looks like it's just the case. Kego doing an amazing job avoiding that Corrupt Purge. Holy shit! This is
Oh, we hear somebody
this is, like,
coughing.
down to
Just
the
so you know,
wire.
if we get one more hook, it is game over. Oh my goodness!
And there's Autumn going down. Anyone here for a flashlight?
Oh!
Someone landed. That would have been so huge. But no.
Oh, the
Here it
heartbreak.
is. One hook Xander needed. I feel like everyone's heart rate is through the roof. Xander's heart rate going up, because he knows the pressure that down needs to happen. And then these survivors' heart rate going up, being like, holy shit, we need to defend these people. Now, we need everyone out.
That was
Oh.
intense. Oh my god. And it literally came down to the fresh hook. If I'm not mistaken, that was our ace from the last match that was able to get out without being hooked.
Yep, that was.
And there's the
Z
apples you were
Slasher.
talking about.
Yep, because more not corrupt intervention, that's the perk. More corrupt purge means more lethality, and we saw that lethality happen.
And this killer had a lot of things going against this individual. They had the ruin that was right in the center of the board, right? That was not going to last. The two corrupt purge pools that were spawned with the apples were right in the center, in between two TNL walls. Again, not easy access. You have to go to the center. You can't defend the side. This killer played phenomenal for having some things stacked up against him.
And they came through in the clutch. GG's to everyone. That was such a crazy ending. So it's going to be Courage is going to move on by literal one hook, 1 second, one angle of the flashlight miss, and Courage moves on to the grand finals against the final boss, who's been undefeated this whole time, the Gamblers. GG Prism, you guys were one hell of a team. Like, I don't think it could have gotten any closer at the end there. That was just absolutely amazing. Loved having you guys here. But now we got Gamblers versus Courage. Gamblers, you are currently undefeated, so you are our top seed. So you will get the choice of the one or the rocket ship for the first matchup. The second matchup, Courage, you will then get the choice of the coin flip. So, for Gamblers, go ahead and let me know. Do you want the one or do you want the rocket ship? And for this matchup, guys, we are going to be seeing an Oni and a Ghostface. Those are our two killers.
A Ghosty, huh? What map is Ghosty on?
I'm going to have to pull that up. That's going to be
Larry's Memorial Institute.
Oh boy, that's a lot of fun. Yeah, Ghostface is always usually pinned on Leary's, right? And Leary's does have softer angles for the Ghostface to creep around. And Ghostface isn't the strongest killer, but Ghostface has the lethality and the snowball ability to make something out of nothing. And so it'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
And on Leary's, of all places,
absolutely.
even with comms, he can jump out and scare you. So let's just see what happens. It looks like they need to take a little bit of a break. Yeah, guys, that's actually not a bad idea. We can take a quick little break. And why don't we do this? And commentators, take a little bit of a break. Guys, we will bring up a Be Right back screen. The Gamblers have been going non-stop. Commentators, if you'd like to take a little bit of a break, Absolutely, I appreciate everyone that's been here. All the teams that we've had so far are absolutely just freaking amazing. We love it. And I can't wait to see what's going to happen. We are getting ready for the finals. We are taking a little bit of a break. So that way all the teams can settle their nerves, relax a little bit. Also, gamblers, give me the one or the rocket ship so we can get set up on that. OG, you guys did absolutely amazing. I am proud of you, sir. Give a shout out to my homie here. See if we got it there.
For sure, not even close. Like, you were awesome, Dwight. For sure. Hey,
You
Dwight,
have
I'm gonna
failed
chase you
me
now,
for the
okay?
last time.
What? Another pallet?
Perfect. We'll give it a couple minutes. We'll give it about 5 minutes. So 10 after, we will start up the tournament, guys. We'll just take a little bit of a break for our teams because it is very nerve-wracking. If you've ever been in a setting like this, you ever been in a tournament, whether you have a money on the line or not, just being in this high competitive situation is very stressful. So it is a good idea to take a quick little break, let everybody kind of reset a little bit here. Yeah. I'm just saying that out for everybody, Steve, so everybody is aware. Absolutely. And if you guys want, we could go ahead and do a longer prediction. Should we do predictions of each round? Because we potentially will have 3 rounds. So why don't we do round 1, Gamblers versus Courage. So it is going to be our first round, Gamblers versus Courage, is going to be Oni versus Ghostface. Our Gamblers is going to be Oni. Our Courage is going to be Ghostface. So if that helps you on your decision, let's go ahead and start that prediction. We'll get that going here. If you want to place your bets on which team you think will win. Courage has been pretty dominant throughout the whole tournament. Gamblers has not lost throughout the whole tournament. And they've even beat Courage. But if anyone could come back and beat Gamblers, it is Courage. They are one hell of a team. So I'm excited to see what happens here, guys. The following matchup, no matter what, no matter who wins the first matchup, we go to the second matchup. And the second matchup will be Gamblers as Pinhead. Again, on Dead Dog. Will that be their downfall? I don't know. We've always seen Pinhead struggle on that map throughout this entire tournament. Then we have Courage with Chucky, which is going to be really interesting. We have not seen Chucky at all this entire tournament. So with that, let's pull it up here. Chucky is on Coal Tower 1. A pretty decently balanced map for both sides, I would say. Chucky's got a lot of movement. The last time that we saw Coal Tower 1, I do believe the Survivor team played that and ended up winning. How come it is 3 instead of 2 matchups? Good question. So, the reason that it is a 3 matchup instead of 2 is because we are now in the grand finals. So, the reason they bring that up, Jackal, is because in a traditional double elimination tournament, the losers bracket, or in this case, the underdog bracket for us, they come into the grand finals with a loss. So because they come into the grand finals with a loss, if they lose again, they're done. But the way we structured it, because we had 12 teams and some teams got a bye, we decided that it would be better for the grand finals, no matter what, to be best of 3. So as of right now, the record is wiped clean. Neither team, quote unquote, has a loss. They're starting over, so it's best of 3 that way. They can't hear you. second. I got you. And say something. There you go.
Yeah, so the reason why you have the best of three in a finale scenario is that you want the best competition that you can have, right? And it's just not down to the one game as killer and the one game as survivor. Yeah, it comes down to sets. So then you have a chance to rebound or play a little bit different, and it allows for a like almost like a prove it, right? You won this one, now prove it. And so having to win 2 of the next 3 allows for a not necessarily a not a false champion, but allows you to say, listen, we won 2 out of 3, we're the champion.
Yeah, absolutely. And the winner's side does get the advantage because they get the coin flip for the first set. They get to decide, and then on the third set, if there is a third set, they will also get the coin flip. Basically, show us what you got. Exactly, Megan. Now, had we had a 16-team tournament, Jackal, the way it would have been organized is because there would have been more games played for the winner's bracket and more games played for the loser's bracket. We would have had it be, once you get back up to the winner's bracket, it is you have to win twice in loser's bracket. Winner's bracket only has to win once to be the grand champion. But because the way with the 12-team breakdown and with some teams dropping out at the last minute, we didn't have enough actual competition in the winner's bracket. It was basically some people got a bye, some people, went against a team that wasn't there. So we want them to prove they are our champions by going best of 3 as opposed to just getting one win and declaring themselves the winner. If that makes sense. What's up, Chef Daddy? Thanks for the raid. Welcome in, brother. All right, we are a little bit past 10 after, so let's go ahead and get back into that screen. And we got another hydrate. Thank you, Catheo. Can we get from our gamblers, can you go ahead and let me know if you want the one or the rocket ship? Knowing the gamblers, I'm going to say they're going to want that rocket ship.
I can fulfill the hydrate this time. Yippee.
After this tournament, do you do more tournaments? Like, is this a thing you do for DBD? Good question. Yes, this is the 4th major tournament that I have done. We might do more in the future. But every month on this channel, I do some sort of community event. We have done things like a sandbag tournament. We've done a blood point tournament. We've done 1v1 tournaments. We've done an Easter egg tournament where you just had to go find things. So there's a lot of things I do on this channel to kind of bring to you other things besides just me playing DBD. I try to engage the community as much as I can, and I try to make it so it's a fun experience at least once a month, sometimes more depending on what is going on in the month. And next month I am going to be planning a 2v2 duo sandbag tournament. I have not seen a duo sandbag tournament before. I've only seen them be solo before. So long story short, the initial idea for that is you get a duo partner, you guys sign up, we go into the customs, and basically either I'm the killer or I get one of my best friends like Firejack or Dr. Patches or one of the really cool people in the community that have been here for a long time to play as killer. And what we do is you just sandbag the other team, last team up wins. Or there'll be a point system. I haven't really worked it out yet because we've been focusing on this tournament. But that's the sort of thing we do around here. And I did see, kind of segueing over, that the gamblers did want the rocket ship. So we are going to go ahead and do the coin flip so we can get going into our finals, guys. And as you can see, rocket ship always wins. Who do you guys want first? Jesus. Kill first. All right. Did you just make 50,000 blood points? Let's go. Ride the wave. Let's go. Always gamble big, guys. Did we have a Chucky already in this tournament? Good question. Did we?
I don't think so. I don't believe so.
I am.
Yeah, and
That's-
Chuckles is a killer that you can play in multiple different ways. He has a wide variety of play styles, and so seeing someone play Chuckles a certain way may be eye-opening for people that don't normally play killer very much,
We did. They are
because you're
correct.
able to.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say Mirage did play Chucky. I went back and double checked. Good call out. Good call out from Chad as well.
And yeah, the versatility of Chucky with his dashing, his scooting under pallets, a lot of different play styles that a Chucky can bring to the table.
Yeah, these Chuckies can be very lethal. We've seen the recent buffs that Chucky has gotten in action before, so we know that Chucky can just run right at you and just instantly get that hit. He kind of forces almost every single pallet to be kind of that 50-50 style in order to try and get that hit. So we're likely going to see a lot of that happening. So I'm excited to see how Chucky plays.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see how the early stages go with a Chucky, right? The early has to go well. You have to put good pressure on the survivor groups if they're able to complete a center gen, just like a lot of killers in this game. His ability to rebound is still limited to his the different play styles that are brought to the table with Chucky. But getting that early first down, getting the early pressure on a hit on a survivor that's not meant to take that first hit in the comp setting, may be the turning point in this Chucky game.
And currently, for those of you wondering what's going on, we're reloading DBD at the moment. The last, real quick, I just want to bring this up. I believe it's going to be your local Jesus playing Oni for gamblers. Last time I saw him play Oni, he did some of the most insane 180, dare I say almost 360-degree flicks on Oni for downs. So if you are excited for some Oni gameplay, this is where it's at right here. Jesus is peak Oni. So we're going to be bringing it to you in just a second. We're getting everything loaded in here. So get ready to send me that invite, Mr. Jesus.
Oni is another one that you have to have early pressure. If you don't get the early pressure, it's a long game for the Oni. Oni does have snowball ability. He's able to cross map and snipe and really force survivors' hands. But if that first chase does get drawn out, that puts Oni into a bad spot. It's hard for him to recover from that point.
Oh, and just so you guys are aware, if let's say we go, you know, I know Jesus is Oni, so I know it's strong, so let's say he takes the first one, and we know Pinhead is struggling on Dead Dog in this tournament, so let's say Gamblers lose the second one, and Courage force us a game 3. If that happens, we will have Plague versus Demo. And that's going to be interesting.
A Demo, interesting. So don't get me wrong, Demo is a character that is considered on the weaker side, right? But people that because Demo has been around for a long time and is somewhat of a meme, there are players that can still use Demo very effectively and be very segmented in how they play. Demo can hold a position, and if you commit to the 3-gen approach, Demo can hold that ground. I thought we were seeing a Ghostface here.
In this round, it is Oni
matchup?
versus Ghostface. Next round is Pinhead versus Chucky. And then if there is a forced final round, it will be Plague versus Demo.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
Yeah, so currently we got that Oni versus Ghostface, which both these sets can easily just lean in one way or another, like both of these games, you can if the hit happens early, then that's going to be very much in the gambler's favor. But if you have that miscommunication in the Ghostface set, that can also like easily turn into the Ghostface's favor. So I'm curious to see. It's kind of a battle of which Survivor team makes the least amount of mistakes. That's kind of what we're looking at here with this set. This round 1 of 3.
Yep, and both require constant communication, right? When the Oni takes off running, you gotta alert your teammates of where he's at. Same thing with the Ghostface. Where was the last time you saw this guy, right? Where is he lurking? And that it'll be interesting to see how these chases unfold.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm very excited to see how these matches end up playing out. I'm very excited.
Was Ghostface the only one on Leary's? I feel like having a fresh map is gonna be a little bit eye-opening for some of these Survivor groups, right? When you run through Dead Dog so much, when you run through Suffolk Pit so much, you get kind of warmed up to what to expect on a board. But when you throw a board like Leary's up, that plays a whole different way, and there's not the traditional tiles. It is vaulting. It is room to room. It is definitely a different way to play.
Honestly, I think it's the only person that has been played that is on Larry's this entire tournament.
And that may cause a little bit of issues with the Survivor group, even though they've probably played Leary's thousands of times, right? But not being in the swing of things with having the repetitive maps and the communication that's required against Ghostface.
All right,
Yeah, absolutely.
waiting on our survivors
We're seeing
to finish
the
their
kind
builds.
of
Go ahead.
or the kind of like difference in mistakes that we're going to be seeing here that matters is communication mistakes versus early game mistakes, because of how important the early game is against the Oni, and because of how important communications are against the Ghostface. Those are like the main factors of each set, which can easily determine which side kind of is able to take advantage of what is given at hand.
Also, good call out in chat. There is Cass Des, an amazing streamer. She's also my mod, a homie that's been around for a long time. She has made a declaration, guys, that the next thing that we do, she's going to be a part of, and she's going to kick everyone's butt. Absolutely. She's going to be there. She's going to kick everyone's butt. Me and her have done a lot of duo shenanigans with flashbangs and all kinds of other things, and it is always so fun to hang out with her.
Sounds like a lovely time.
Absolutely.
I might be intrigued on whatever next tournament you have planned there, Mr. Thunder.
Yeah, definitely. Next tournament's going to be the duo sandbag tournament. I might join it and make Cass be my partner. Who knows?
Yeah, Cass is an amazing huntress, right? Mains huntress, hits some unbelievable shots, does really well.
I mean, she's all right.
Does this mean I
Love you, Cass.
Yeah. She has never hooked me, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, same.
Thunder, if you're gonna be playing this one, does that mean I get the stream key and I get to be the one entertaining everyone?
There you go. Absolutely. What's going on with our survivors, guys? What are we doing? Are we getting set? We've been staring at you for like 5 minutes. Let's get it going. Should already know your builds. Maybe not, because there's a lot of killers to plan for, so we'll give them a little bit of time, but it looks like they're starting to get locked in. But yeah, no, real talk. Everybody's going to be invited to the sandbag tournament. It's going to be a fun tournament. I do unique prizes Sometimes it is VIP of the night where me and you, like if you're a streamer, we do like a duo stream, or even if you're not a streamer, you just want to hang out with me, be in VC, we do some games all night. I stream like 6 hours at a time. Other things that we do, like the banner for this tournament, whoever wins will get their entire team's killers, or their main killer and their 4 main survivors put up on a banner for them in the Hall of Fame channel, so that way they have bragging rights forever. Things that we've done in the past is I allowed somebody to pick my next P100, and that's how I became a P100 ace. Is Comfy Cheeks, another fellow streamer. If you don't know where she came in, she dropped a lurk. She's amazing. Definitely recommend following her as well. She won the Blood Point tournament somehow in one match. I think she got 38,000 blood points base kit. So it was almost the perfect score. If you don't know, 40,000 base kit outside of anything else being added is perfect. And she got that. She scored the highest score, ended up winning. To this day, we still don't know how she did it. But she won, so I became a P100 ace. I will be having a marbles tournament. If you don't know what marbles is, it is marbles on stream. Your marble just goes, you know, you log in, your marble goes through a whole race course. It's purely RNG, it's for fun. But we go through that. Once I get my Jake to P100, he is P61. We will have a marbles tournament, and the winner of that marbles tournament, it'll just be a big giant race of everybody in the community. Winner will choose my next P100. So if you want me to be a Bill P100 and you want to hear coughing for 3 months as I try to P100 him, sure, that's what's going to happen. If you want me to be a Hattie main, if you want me to be Meg, Claudette, Jeff, you know, whatever you want me to be, whatever your main is.
Why not Ash? Why does Ash not get the love?
Thick Lita, Ash, we got all of them in there. I don't care as long as I don't already have that person as P100, which currently at that point in time of the tournament will be Dwight, Ace, and Jake. Yeah, I say 3 months because that's typically about the time frame it takes me to get a P100 at this pace with how much I fucking play this game.
Imagine.
Yeah. Some people could do it quicker than me, but you know, that's about the pace I run it at. What is the prize for this one? So, as I was saying earlier, it is a banner. We will commission a artist. You could go in the Discord, go to the Hall of Fame channel, and in there is some of our past winners with some of the past banners for tournaments we've had. We will custom pay for a banner for them to be quote-unquote immortalized for as long as I am a streamer and as long as we have that Discord, I will have it there. But as a segue, we are finally into the matchup, and we got Corrupt Intervention. Interesting.
Corrupt in the upstairs gen is unfortunate because that's already a tough one to defend.
Yeah, we have the Corrupt more on the right side of the map amongst with
And that was unlucky that
our main generator here, so that's going to be a little bit...
I think Nugs, I think you might be lagging a little bit on our side. But it is unlucky that we got that hit so quickly for our survivors. Very lucky for our killer there. Oh, and such a quick down, too.
Yeah, this is already looking like an insanely good start for your local Jesus here. Just already getting that down. We were talking about how important that the first hit of the game is against an Oni, and because our Oni is able to get that first hit so fast, he's able to get that blood going quickly, and while the down doesn't result in him getting power, it's still a very quickly first down, and he can eventually milk Jackal for the rest of the blood needed for his power to eventually be brought to full, and he can just use that and become the Oni that he truly is. He's currently being stuck by the entity. The entity wants him to get a little bit more blood first, and then he'll be able to be that raging Oni we all know and love.
And that is a terminology I don't think I've ever heard from Oni, but it is going to be stuck with me forever now, of milking the survivors for their blood.
Yeah, the coal tower plays a little bit different, right? Because you have some fun tiles on the side and you have the two ends. How these survivors negotiate the side tiles will dictate how this match goes.
Hey guys, why are we clipping that?
That got clipped so damn
There's two
quick.
exclamation point clips at the same time. Well, I guess these guys are intrigued with my terminology and they use this in their game, so I will take that honorably. I will accept those clips.
Oh my god, that flick!
Might get soundboarded in my game. Oh,
I was wondering if Jesus
Okay,
saw him, but
Jesus.
he did. Oh my goodness.
that's a flick onto Xander, and Z-Slasher gonna be having that trade. Jackal entering the men's state too. Holy! Did this just instantly turn to be kind of horrible for Courage.
Yeah, this is not a good start. This is the start that the killer was hoping for, killer had planned for. The survivors are swimming upstream at this point.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be very hard to recover from this kind of position here. You have an injured survivor, blood dripping out, and still at this pallet, and Jesus just being able to just straight up milk him, get that blood going, and get that power right back. Now there's two injured survivors as well, as Xander does get reset.
Milk is
Slasher
going
and Xander
everywhere
are
right now.
now picked up at least. Yeah, you could kind of refer to these survivors as cows, and Jesus is trying to slice them open and get that milk out, so to say. So that's your little comparison for the day. And hey, the milking is effective as we have our power back. Jesus still opting to play this M1 style until we break the pallet and head towards the shack. Gonna be still committing to Jackal. We know the importance of the tunnel out, and we know that Jackal did hit the second stage on his hook, so that will be the death onto Jackal once this down does come in. It's just how long can Jackal last? And that is an insane greed from Jackal. A very quick power down, and that
Oh, and he
might
gives up his
result
power.
in
Interesting.
Yeah, he's kind of in a
Yeah,
dead
very
zone, right?
much.
He'd have to cross map to try to figure out where the other survivors are. Better to secure the kill, go 3v1 and re-power up with all the blood that's leaked all over this board here. I think it's a solid play.
Also, for chat and for you commentators, I think every single time we've seen Courage play, Jackal has been the tunnel out target for some reason. Like just about every single game, I think he's been the tunnel out target. So something to watch for next matchup to see if he is indeed again the tunnel out target.
And who knows, maybe they want it this way. Maybe they want Jackal to be that tunnel out man, and like maybe he has those kind of perks on his side to be able to be that tunnel out, make maybe a decisive strike to give him that anti-tunnel that the survivors would need.
Yeah, as we're watching this Oni work, this Oni has a plan, executing the plan, and catching these survivors out in the dead areas of Coal Tower.
Yeah, we now have Jesus once more in power, thanks to Slasher and some remaining blood from when Xander and Slasher were originally slugged, so that helps Jesus get his power back, and now we're just trying to look for any survivors that are on some generators and eventually maybe go back to Hook as well. We have ran out of power now, so there's not a lot of blood anymore. We see the peak of someone's head, that is Xander's head, just chilling, saying hi, and while that happens, Jojo has gotten the unhook onto Xander, so or not Xander, Z Slasher.
Just
So
in
now
time,
these
too. They
survivors
did
are
not go second
kind
stage.
of recovering. Yep, the timer being played perfectly. That extra 10 seconds that behavior did give our survivors to hit that second stage. Once again, showing that it is very crucial, those 10 seconds of time, the difference of that second stage happening. Jojo here now on the chase in this modified 4-lane. The bamboozle on the window, though, will result in Jojo taking a hit, and we're likely going to be milking Jojo to get our power once more. Maybe commit to the chase, maybe leave this chase once power is achieved to find either Xander or Z Slasher. We know the rough position of where they are. That is going to be the down onto Jojo. That's 2 downs through the main window. This is a nice statistic.
Yeah, that main window has not treated the survivors kindly, and then we're gonna also get another painter's hook here in the center of the board. This Scourge hook placed in the center of the board is really working off of this killer and allowing him to kind of camp the killer and also bring gen regression up.
Absolutely. Another great statistic for this match is that Survivor was milked at least 2 or 3 times before they were hooked, just so everybody's aware.
I see I have revolutionized Thunder here with this Oni terminology, and I am very pleased I get to reinvent some words for you. Or some terms.
Chat is
Blood
wondering
is
how
now
many
milk.
milkings was that so far. We're at least at 3 at this point.
So what we're still seeing, though, we're still seeing a 1v4 with the 3 gens completed. The survivor group, no matter what they're struggling with right now, are still doing a good job. None of them have died. They're still able to get somewhat full gen progression going. And this killer has to start making some things happen, or we may see a 2 or 3 out here. We've seen a few cross maps. Go ahead.
Not to be the bearer of bad news, but Jackal is dead, so this is a
I did
3v1 situation.
Jackal lives on in our
Yeah,
hearts.
We did talk about that. I'm sorry.
He's still here in spirit. He's helping.
I'm watching
He's helping the
stream
survivors in
at
spirit.
30 frames. Yes. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's perfectly okay. There could also be that kind of misthinking. Jackal only got hooked twice, so that could help kind of see where you're thinking with that there.
So I'll be interested by the end of this chase to see if another gen gets completed. He breaks chase, which is smart because there's nothing defendable over there for him.
Yeah, this kind of like 2-and-2 split that we've seen rather often on with these setups, doing good job splitting these gens from the survivor side. Now it's just up to the killer to play this effectively and the survivors to also play this effectively. Jesus had no blood, which is why he left that chase with Xander. He's trying to look for survivors that can offer him some easy tags, something more on the freebie side. Z Slasher, amazing play here, using Lithe and Dance With Me. That's why we don't see the scratch marks there. Dance With Me, hiding scratch marks 3 seconds after a fast vault. So Jesus just loses Z Slasher because of Dance With Me, which is something I rarely see. So it's very nice to see that Dance With Me value, as I do love that perk myself.
Yeah, and then losing that chase, right? You're just losing this valuable time that they could be working on a gen here. He's not convinced that someone's not over here, and the blood is saying otherwise, that there is still somebody over here, and it's really throwing him for a loop.
Even though nobody is injured, that must have been residual blood from previous track marks.
Correct. The survivor group being able to be lost here is now throwing this killer for an information loss, and now you're seeing the time wasted trying to find a survivor. This will work well for the survivor group.
Yeah, seeing some scratch marks here at the Ormond tile. Jesus instead wants to go for this survivor. Xander is going to be finishing that bottom side generator. Jojo here with the balanced landing, just not enough though. Still going to be getting the hit taken onto him, and this will result in Jesus having his power and going to be popping it here to try and down Z Slasher at this 4 lane, in which Z Slasher is still playing this very well.
We might see a slug out at this point if Jesus can do it in this power. So if I were these survivors, I would probably be at the gen near Shack, doubling it right now.
Yeah, very likely, because Chase is just so close to this generator here, taking a regular M1 instead of that insta-down attack, which will be extending this chase just so slightly. No, Patches, you had something to say?
And I was correct.
No, I was just gonna comment on the M1 hit. That was so unfortunate, right? It extended that chase just long enough so that he had to determine whether or not to do the pickup and give up the final gen or try to pursue other adventures.
Yep, very much so. And because of that, that 5th generator does pop. We also saw Jesus kind of like not really making a decision as to which generator to go to. He was going to the generator by main, and then he was like, no, I want to go to the generator by Shack. And that also kind of helped these survivors have some extra distance with that gen pop. Now Jojo getting found in the basement. We're just going to be forcing that locker, wasting Jesus' time, and Xander having the unhook onto Z Slasher. They still have the gates to work. This isn't over yet for Jesus. It is still possible to get these 12 hooks with 5 generators popped. If we can find Xander in time, that gate is very progressed. I don't think Jesus makes it in time. The gate opens, but Z Slasher does still go down. Or Xander likely here to just take his out, which would result in 9 stages, 3 fresh hooks. And yeah, there he is, taking that hit.
Xander
He'll be
with the
leaving.
fresh hook.
Jojo. Yeah, Xander with that fresh hook, which means that 9 stages, 4 fresh hooks is a possible win condition amongst with the 10 stages that this Ghostface has to ask for.
Yeah, that good team coordination, right? They knew that the person opening the door was already been hooked, so saving that fresh hook to help their killer on their side out is a smart gameplay and a smart strategy to be used here.
And a good call out there. They did have Lithe with, as you stated earlier, Swiss with me. It is a great perk. Dance with me that everybody loves to pair with Lithe. Just disappear like he did at that 4 lane. All right, and
yeah, very common combo with life.
All right, let's go ahead and get the killer from Courage to go ahead and invite me in so we can get going on the other side of this matchup. Now remember, no matter who wins, we are going to have another matchup regardless. So we got to make sure it's best of 3. So even if you don't win this matchup, you still can turn it around and win and still become the grand champions, guys.
Yep, and if there's something Jesus could have back, he really would like that middle game back. That middle game where he cross-mapped twice and still didn't find anybody, still looking for a survivor to attack. That precious time allowed the survivor group to kind of rebound and make the best possible outcome.
Yeah, Jesus saying in chat, he did make a few mistakes, but still chill with that result for Oni. He's still proud of himself, and at the end of the day, that is what matters. That self-moral, that self kind of expectation being succeeded. So Jesus is happy with himself. At the end of the day, that's what matters.
And thank you so much for the tier 1 subby, Megan. I really appreciate it. You are amazing. I hope you enjoy the emotes and you sub for more milk. Thank you for Nugs. I'm gonna give you credit for that one. We got the sub because of the milking. All credit to you. You are amazing.
Go.
Uh,
I am the sellout man.
I absolutely love it here. All right, so we are gonna see our Ghostface. Make sure we got it set to Leary's. And we will see if we can get that going. And Jesus, don't beat yourself up. Some of those flicks, some of those knowing moments you had were absolutely wild. We loved watching your Oni. As always, you were freaking amazing. This is a high pressure situation, so it happens. Hell yeah, sir. I'm glad.
Yeah, you better be happy, Jesus. There would be issues if you weren't happy.
Just so mods are aware, currently those things that were being said cannot be allowed to be said. Even if you allow it, it will still get denied by the auto mod. So just constantly spamming to allow it to be said. It won't be said as long as those words are auto modded out. But anyway, we got Furious, we got Amir, we got Sora. We got Marin. Everybody's ready to go. We've seen the Survivor group. We've seen these killers. We've seen Firejack in action. I'm ready to see Firejack's Ghostface.
Is this the first Ghostface in the tournament?
I'm pretty sure it's the first Ghostface. I don't remember one, and I don't see one.
We've had a Ghostface before, I'm pretty sure, on day one with this tournament, or was it? I swear I remember that a Ghostface was picked. Yes, Effigy had picked Ghostface in the underdog bracket, and that was played. I believe against. Looking at the bracket right now, against Renegade. So it was played before. But this is our second Ghostface.
These win conditions are still in Ghostface's court. This Ghostface is going to have to play aggressive, going to have to play tight. But I still think it's achievable. Leary's does spread out, and especially if you can't defend that center gen, it does bring a lot more pressure on the Ghostface to try to still get 9 hooks.
Yeah, maybe even 10 hooks if those 9 hooks come from all 3 separate survivors. So we'll just have to see eventually how this will play out. I would want to say that this is more up to the survivors if this win condition is met. 9 stages is a tough task for a Ghostface against a survivor team that doesn't really make mistakes. So we'll see if Gamblers does make those mistakes that allows Firejack to get that 9 stages for fresh hooks or even 10 stage result, and that gives Courage the lead of 1-0.
And we are in. I'm tempted to spectate our survivors, but we will stay on our killer for the most part.
For the jump scares, yeah. The Ghostface is known for the jump scares.
Yeah, jump scares are the biggest part of Ghostface here. We'll see if we get a couple this game.
It's always funny when I commentate a Ghostface game because I want to be quiet with the killer.
Right? I was just thinking that. I was like, shh. That was a god knock right away.
Still got a blind, and now the survivor group knows where the Ghostface is, right? Now they can orient themselves. You know, that initial, where is he at? Everyone's at a standstill. Now the game's on, right? He's been found, and now the pressure's on the Ghostface to make these downs happen so that he can have a successful round here.
And he just straight disappears. Amir has no idea where he went.
Yeah, I'm back from a little bit of internet issues, so we're here.
Welcome
Nugs
back.
is back.
He's back again.
That's why I wasn't talking for a little bit. Sorry, guys, if you missed me too much. Uh, but yeah, as you guys were mentioning, uh, Amir doesn't know where Ghostface is. These guys are struggling to figure this stuff out. Hear 2 generators popping already, so very good start for our survivors.
We just
Yeah,
have
the
one
one
that's
generator
popped so far.
popping still a good start though, because getting every generator done is going to be a process. You can't just sit on them. You have to have your head on a swivel, and you got to make sure this Ghostface isn't going to come right around the corner and tag you out.
Oh,
I
they
think
almost got
I
the
think
grab.
my thing's just playing twice for some weird reason. Unlucky for me, but hey,
If I was Baron, I definitely
that
would
was
have.
so close.
I would need to change my pants after that one. He jumped out. She didn't even see it until he was like right in her face. Luckily, she's able to let go of the generator right before the grab.
Oh,
And a nice hit onto Amir, finding that heal position. So now Firejack here is spreading these injures, doing a good job with that. Now 2 people injured, and you have some stock power onto Furious, onto Sora. We'll just have to see how Firejack plays out his stalls, and hopefully he gets an expose down.
yeah, and having the knee sheath, right? The knee sheath is super critical to playing a Ghostface. When you do get that exposure, you're able to zoom right to where you need to go. Oh, so close.
There's a really
Sloppy
quick reaction there by
Yeah,
Amir.
just being able to move 10% faster can be very huge. Barely. Yeah, Amir has that reaction time on lock. Unfortunate that he doesn't get that down, but power coming right back. So Firejack is just kind of happy to accept that God palette and just go on his merry way.
Yeah, and having the sloppy butcher, right, breaking up these heals does cause these survivor groups to have to reset their progress, and so we'll see how.
Oh, they misjudged it, and Furious goes down.
And Basement's right there too.
This is unlucky. This could be a huge spin in Firejack's favor for our Ghostface.
Opts to not do the basement.
Probably to bring pressure towards the gen, but you see the pallet save failed. Oh my god, another unlucky play.
Yeah, the gamblers are trying their best, right, to play all the cards that they have available, and missing on a couple opportunities are definitely helping this Ghostface achieve the win con that he needs.
There's a mirror again, and this time it was an unsafe pallet to make that drop. We got Furious up on a hook, Amir going up on a hook. We got a lot of pressure on our survivors, and as you can see over to the left, Sora has a lot of stock. And with our ruins still going and all the survivors jumping off the gens, this is really great for Firejack.
Yep. The slow game is where Firejack's at, right? You see him going up into the rafters a lot, making his transportation hidden as best as he can. Losing a gen here, but to an injured survivor. I think we can get a down here, possibly. This is another god palette, if you will. This is one where it comes down to the skill of the survivor and the patience waiting for the killer to make a committed move.
Ooh.
Oh, so close.
Marin is so patient right now. Firejack is trying to force that mistake. Firejack just has to commit at this point. Marin is calm. Oh, maybe not. I spoke too
he gets
soon.
it.
Oh my goodness. As I say it, Marin makes the mistake. Commentator's curse.
That's the hard part of playing Survivor, right? When to pull the trigger, when to decide to vault. That's a battle that all of us face as we play Survivor. Kudos to her for drawing that out for as long as she did, but finding another survivor here will be critical for Firejack to keep the pressure on.
Oh, that is unlucky that they got him that quick, though.
Yes.
We're probably going to see the pull immediately on Marin. Firejack opts to kick the pallet instead of committing to the chase. Probably could have had a trade there if he left the pallet, but for a little bit later on with that pallet near the door, it's probably better to have it gone now.
Yeah, and that's the mystique of Leary's, right? The doors can play into the end game scenario, and getting rid of that tough pallet for a killer can come back and help him in the late game. We'll see if that pays out.
What's your strategy, Nugs, if you're the Ghostface in this situation? You can allow 5 gens. You need all fresh hooks and 9 total hooks. Are you going for gen pressure, or are you just going for all those fresh hooks first?
I'd kind of want to play this kind of a little bit of a slow game. These survivors know that there's Hex Ruin in play, and they would want to find that. That's kind of on their priority list, so that would give them a lot of time wasted to have that happen. We know where the Hex Ruin is. These survivors do not know where the Hex Ruin is right now, and they're still not having that Hex Ruin cleansed. And because of Ghostface's threat, when he's not visible at all, that would make survivors leave their gens, and Hex Ruin would eat up that progress.
This is a beautiful play by Firejack.
These survivors here, these survivors making their mistakes, and Firejack just taking full advantage of them perfectly. Sure, they get a third generator out of it, but now there's 2 survivors not doing anything, and this is kind of not the greatest position for gamblers here.
Firejack is showing that he's a strong Ghostface. But wait a minute, as I say that. Go ahead, Pat.
There's a lot of ground for this Ghostface to still make up. He's still got to make a lot of hay here. Having the totem now is not as critical, right? Because you still have the huge split in Leary's. I'd be really curious to see if they just let these 2 die and finish the final gen and escape, because they know their win condition.
That is not something they went for. Unlucky he did not hit the Laura.
He hit Amir instead, and because of that, he loses his power, but that can kind of result in good news for Firejack because of how highly stocked Sora is. So it's like kind of that win-lose on both scenarios, where if you actually got the hit, the stock meters reset and Sora gets healed. But now Amir is dead, so we have that 3v1 that Firejack has been looking for, and a Pain Resonance token is still available to him. So Firejack has some gen regression to work with, and he's probably just gonna play this a little bit slow, and we'll see just how this goes.
Yeah, Ruin is definitely taking its course in this match, right? Ruin and Sloppy Butcher have been 2 of the perks that Firejack has really leaned on. He's broken up a few heals and causing this a lot of pain in the survivor group. I think the hardest thing here is finding your next chase, right? Because the survivor group is probably taking a super cautious approach.
As you see, as we look around, they're all hiding.
Yeah. Yeah, they're all waiting for eyes on the Ghostface. That's what they're waiting for here. They want those eyes to be achieved before they can feel that it is safe to work on a generator. So Furious now has those eyes onto Ghostface. At the cost of an injure, the survivors do have an idea of where he is now, and they feel safe enough to work a generator. But now Furious is gonna call out, Ghostface is gone. I don't know where he is. I don't know where he could have went. And now these survivors are just gonna be back to stealthing, and this is the importance of Hex Room.
Yep, and that previous stock coming into play here, he's in a Bloodlust Sora here to get the down that he needs. And this is critical because I believe Sora is a fresh hook.
Yeah, I do believe this is the fresh hook he's been looking for. He's been plotting this moment for at least the last 5 minutes. The setup for this was absolutely huge on his part. If he gets 2 more hook stages, Firejack will take the victory, no matter how many gens they get.
Oh, he knows where all of them are now. Now let's see if one of these survivors can really draw out this chase. We've seen a lot of resources used in the God region of this map. So now it's going to be down to the survivor group to utilize the resources in the more scattered side of Leary's. Leary's is filled with vaults. Leary's is filled with little rooms to work and manipulate. And unlucky, they're expecting the pallet to be there, and the pallet was not there. It's an unfortunate down for that survivor.
One more hook stage, and Firejack will take this set for the Gamblers. And keep in mind, we have a minimum of one more set, guys.
Yeah, these areas have been exhausted, right? And so for the survivor group, they've really got to use their map knowledge to understand where your safe vaults are versus your unsafe vaults. And we keep going back to this room expecting this pallet to be here, and it's just not there. That's twice now we've seen survivors looking for that pallet.
Oh, they tried! Oh my goodness. And Firejack is going to take it no matter what happens the rest of this match. Firejack has taken it for Gamblers in the first set. That was wild. Now they're going to play for the best possible score for the rest of the match to see what each team can get to. All
Yeah,
three
he played
survivors
this
on
well,
dead
right?
hook.
Yeah.
He played this well, and the perk selection did come in clutch. The Ruin being able to cause the survivors to scatter, and then the Sloppy Butcher came in so good with breaking up these heals in opportune times. Oh, 99, perfect. Real good play there by the Ghostface. You're going to let her run away, and you're going to see this Ghostface try to put pressure on another survivor. They finally get Ruin, and now they can breathe easy now that this match is not gone as they expected. And that's why we thought it was interesting to bring Eruption with Ruin, right? Especially with the Ghostface, because you expect the survivors not to sit down on gens, and with Ruin you're not able to use Eruption, so that's kind of a failsafe. But in a moment where you've got to bet on yourself, I would probably like to think that we could use that more.
Hello? What are we watching?
Yeah, that side is blocked by the entity.
He was trying to milk the generator. All right.
Now you see the Ghostface trying to go for information. Now the fully stocked individual is damaged, so we're not really gaining much there unless they get fully healed. With Sloppy Butcher in play, I don't expect them to ever get fully healed. This will be a battle of just who gets down and who gets out via hatch.
And with Furious just, oh, right there. Speaking of Furious, commentator's curse. Oh, no. And there's the flashbang. They tried for it. And we are going to see a hatch play with Sora and Firejack. Who is going to pull off the hatch? Amazing ghost face display. Absolutely. Firejack killed it this round.
Yep, definitely played well. Definitely played to what he brought. He brought a certain set of parameters to the table and definitely maximized both of the parameters, that being Ruin and that being Sloppy Butcher. But Firejack securing this victory for his team will go a long ways to hopefully securing the tournament for them.
Absolutely, and it'll also give them a little confidence back after losing the first time to Gamblers. They come back strong from the underdog bracket to win against the team that sent them to the underdog bracket. That is huge and a confidence boost. And something like a tournament setting, Patches, how do you feel about something like that? Is that, now you think you can just take the whole thing? Are you on the moon with this, or are you just breathing easy that you got that win?
Yeah, the first win is definitely critical, right? Especially in the best of 3, right? You want to secure that first win. You want to force your opponent to have to win back-to-back games, which is difficult, as you can see. These teams are evenly matched. There's a lot going on here between both these teams. They are equally skilled in what they do. I think the Oni would love for that middle game to come back to that individual and make a couple different decisions, but that allowed the opening for that Ghostface to squeeze the orange a bit and get enough juice to secure the victory.
Absolutely. But at the same time, it's not over. We can easily see them push another set. See Gamblers, this is their first loss we've seen. So, I mean, I would expect them to come back super strong in the next set and, really force our Courage team with everything they have. The Gamblers have Pinhead, though. We have not really seen Pinhead be on the winning side. So this is going to be rough for our Gamblers. Courage has Chucky. Courage, you get to choose. Do you want the one or the rocket ship? It is your turn to choose.
Yeah, I think defying odds is going to be what the Gamblers have done, right? They've shown that they have a really strong killer and they can push the envelope for what needs to happen. We've seen a few Pinheads kind of struggle, but that kind of information, right? As you watch the matches, you can kind of hone in what your plan of attack is with the Pinhead.
And just waiting to hear back from our Courage team. If you guys are there, if you can hear me, please give us a coin flip decision. Do you want the one or the rocket ship? Let us know.
They're probably debating, right? Because the rocket ship seems to be the court of public opinion, but the one, why not keep defying odds here?
What's your thoughts on that, Nugs? You gonna defy the rocket ship?
I would never defy the rocket ship. The rocket ship is my one and only side. I don't see a one when I'm looking at that coin. I'm a rocket ship lover, man.
At first when I found this this mod, I couldn't find a heads or tails. I just found the one of the rocket ship. And at first I was disappointed, but now I love it because it's like the unique thing to my tournaments. Because everyone's like, what do you mean one or rocket ship? It's like, pick a one or a rocket ship. You know what I mean? So it kind of makes it a little bit special, a little bit fun. And can somebody check in with Courage? I need a one or a rocket ship, please.
Rocket ship. Woo!
Have they still not given it a decision?
No, so I don't know what's going on. I need to hear something from Team Courage. They want the rocket ship. There we go. Rocket for Courage. Let's go. All right. It is a 1. So that is going to go back to the Gamblers. Gamblers, do you want to kill or survive first? You want to kill first. All right. So that is going to be our Pinhead is going to be first. The rocket is all a lie. Hey, you know,
And
sometimes you bet on the rocket, sometimes you defy the odds. Real quick.
and I
Go ahead, sir.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was going to say, let's go ahead and get up that next prediction. We're going to pay out the first one. Courage won the first round, so let's go ahead and get the next round of predictions up for round 2. Do you think Courage is going to get the clean sweep, or do you think Gamblers is going to force a game 3? We have that prediction up. Vote now, guys. Go ahead, Patches.
I feel like Firejack is gonna revel in his last success of clutching a killer, so I don't think he's gonna be phased by having to go second. And with the struggles of Pinhead, I think that we may see a little bit tougher outcome than we have seen in the past, because I still believe that Jesus is going to perform Pinhead at a really high level.
There is a reason that they brought Pinhead to the winners bracket finals. So I've personally never seen Jesus as Pinhead, so I'm interested to see this. And this will be followed by Chucky. And if I remember correctly, our Chucky that did play did not perform very well on Pole Tower. So we'll probably see the same type of situation. If you remember correctly, it was like balance landing ace, if I don't remember wrong, that was driving our Chucky crazy, and that's the person that elongated the game long enough for them to pop the gens. We gotta hydrate for our commentating crew.
Yeah, anytime you have balance landing, right, you're just like, oh, as a killer, you see that, you're like, stop.
Right, because you're running there and you're looking to get that stagger hit, you're getting all excited, and then the survivor is 10 feet in front of you, and you're like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's like pulling the rug from a killer, but I still have faith that this is still going to be a strong match. I think that with the last success that Firejack had, he's still going to bring Chucky to the table and perform well. It'll come down to the table setter Jesus here to see what the win con is.
Yeah, Jesus is definitely going to be able to have that kind of relief where he doesn't have a win con to meet. On the Pinhead, though, compared to a Chucky, from what I usually see, a Chucky usually has a lot more lethality with the trade-off of not as much map pressure that he can get. He's just a 4.4 at the end of the day. He can kind of just use his slice and dice to move around the map a little bit, but that also comes with the cost of a little bit of a cooldown. Not as much as we used to see, but it's his main mobility, kind of Blight style, if you will, so he has that kind of lethality going for him to make those chases quicker, while Pinhead has more of a strength in map pressure. So we'll see how this ends up playing out here.
Are we going to take side bets to see if Jack dies first?
Oh, yeah. Is Jackal going to be our tunnel out target again, guys? Let's put some money on it. Oh, my goodness. Patches, how about this? If Jackal is our tunnel out target, me and you do a round of 2v8 killer before you leave for the night.
Okay.
What do you want if he's not the tunnel out target?
I want you to play Billy in the 2v8.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Oh, that sounds
worst,
like a deal to me.
That's my worst killer. Oh, he knows it too. He loves it. We're loading in. This could be the last set, but if I know these gamblers, never count them out, guys.
Yeah, we could be seeing a game 3. Who knows?
Oh my god, and Hillian, after our talk from the last round, her new favorite drink is strawberry milk. I'm never gonna think anything else when I'm playing against an Oni now. You have forever left your mark on me, Nugs.
Oh my god, freezing.
And I'm very thankful.
Yes. All right, here we go.
Shall be embodied.
Is this our third Pinhead tonight, right?
Tonight, yeah.
I think so. I think Pinhead was our most picked killer this entire tournament. I want to say that was the case.
I think, like, going into this, everyone thought Pinhead was gonna be an easy killer to control the map because it was a smaller map with Dead Dog, and these Survivor teams throughout the entire night have said nay.
Dead Dog is a tough map because most survivors love Dead Dog and they revel in playing in Dead Dog. So you have that disadvantage of everyone knowing exactly where everything is. Oh, main building start, awesome.
Yeah, we have that main building start. Jesus. However, opting to not break the walls prematurely, instead trying to
Crazy
play off a
Jackal.
little bit of box logic. And Jackal, the first survivor, found the Thunder.
You can't make this shit up.
Thunder is very much laughing about it. He thinks Thunder here definitely thinking that Jackal is going to be our tunnel out. Is that going to be the case?
Jesus wants the box instead of Jackal, though.
Yeah, Jesus has his priorities up, and it looks like Box was not around the water tower area. Maybe spawned somewhere else. Maybe the kind of building area of the map. We have Chase onto Jackal. Z-Slasher now has found the box. So this is a little bit of a unique kind of start. We usually see that box get grabbed quite immediately, but now this is one of our, I think this is the first time today where our Pinhead has not immediately found the box, and into the locker Jackal goes to
fast
force
grab.
that locker grab. That will save some time on Jesus's end, and this will be our first hook of the game. I'm going to be revealing that Scourge hook, Pain, Resonance, and now our survivors know the entire build. We see that generator immediately starts regressing thanks to Hex Ruin, our favorite passive regression perk when we're feeling like lazy bums.
Yeah, and if you're able to keep pressure with the Pinhead, right, you can maximize the use of Hex Ruin and constantly keep these survivors jumping off of gens. You see Jesus softly camping that first hook, just providing weird pressure on certain gens while still proxying that survivor. He has no intentions of going up there. All he wants is just that gen to just take as long as it can.
Yeah, that kind of passive regression is going to be very useful for Jesus, and doing exactly what we've been saying, kind of like faking the going back to hook a little to try and bait people to get on gens, and just using his power, getting these curves and landing them too. Now Xander gonna be wasting some time. That gen regresses just a little bit more. Jackal hits that second stage. Looks like Thunder is gonna be winning this side bet here, as Jackal only has one hook stage left. Generator pops, now getting the chain onto Monarch, slowing him down a little bit as Xander continues to work that main generator, and Z-Slasher still kind of nowhere to be found yet. Looks like Monarch's gonna be the one kind of rotating for the unhook onto Jackal eventually, and Z-Slasher is actually going to be going for the box. A nice with Xander having a nice dodge and going for the unhook onto Jackal. This is going to be a trade as very, very last second hit, and yeah, it looks like we're tunneling Jackal. Getting that endurance hit, kind of jump scaring Jesus, I'd have to imagine, but unfortunately no distance. Monarch here with that distance though, just right there, kind of like being like, hey, I'll be the pallet for you. Now making that check pallet, and Jackal gets even more distance.
Yeah, Sloppy Butcher coming in key here, right? If Jesus can get this down and then put pressure back on the injured survivors, this could be a rough time for the survivor group here. As you hear the gen popping, another body block from the survivor group, trying to keep Jackal alive as long as they can. They know that that's their way. Oh, and then they successfully get him off of it.
And that little bit of a misstep of running into a rock is what caused that down right there.
Yeah, maybe there's another Scourge Hook Pain Resonance available to Jesus. That is why he got that down onto Z Slasher. Going for a long stroll here.
He was wiggling right there.
Yeah, very close there.
I think that was a lag tie, and I think the killer won that lag tie, which is wild.
Jackal on the box, and Jesus knows it's Jackal, so he teleports.
Yeah, he still wants Jackal to be the tunnel out. This bet is still on, and like Peaches had that hope that he won his side of the bet, but no, it looks like Jackal will be going down, and that will be our tunnel out secured. Thunder now gets to play some 2v8 with Patches after this grand final, so you guys will
How do
be
you
able
feel
to...
using the center hook though as your death hook? I feel like I want that hook. I'm putting that survivor on the hook that's not in the center.
Well, keep in mind, a couple patches ago, they made it so the hooks regen after, how long is it? 3 minutes?
60 seconds.
60 seconds? That's way too
Oh,
soon.
they regen? Okay,
Yeah.
I've not been privy to that.
Yeah, so once Survivor dies, a minute later that hook comes back to life. Kind of to combat that kind of little situation you have with hooks where you kind of put survivors on that death hook on 3 hooks in a corner, and then the survivor just constantly goes to said corner, and you just can't hook them at all. So that's kind of why behavior did that. There's a little bit of W behavior for the return of Z Slasher's chase that happened. 2 gens have popped, and we are now putting Xander in the men's state. Monarch is now going for the unhook onto Z Slasher, so there's still 3 survivors active, and Z Slasher's going right back down because of the original Pain add-on. And Monarch here with the body block. Unfortunately, Jesus is able to swing around him. Very good play by the survivor. Very good play by the killer.
How did that end?
Oh my God. That Wi-Fi hit. We like to see that.
Okay.
Yeah, the original Pain had been modified because that was the key camping perk or add-on that Pinheads would use to really put pressure on the survivor groups.
Yeah, Monarch probably with some yeast at the side of that hitbox, making it extend a little. So that could be what happened there. Z-Slasher's on Death Hook on the ground. Jesus opting to chase Monarch here, however. Likely for that Pain Resonance. We know that hook by where Z-Slasher is Pain Resonance, but because that chase lasted so long, Z-Slasher's able to get picked back up. But because Xander had to pick up Z-Slasher, there's a chain hunt active, and that's not good for the survivors. Now they need to go solve this box ASAP. Xander's being found on this pickup for Monarch and dying on this pallet. This is looking like 4 kills at 1 generator, in my personal opinion, with how this is currently going. Because we know where Z-Slasher is. He has to mend, he has to go pick up Monarch, he has to solve the box, and then these guys have to recover from solving the box, while Ruin is eating any progress that these survivors currently have.
Yes, and this is where Ruin's coming into play, right? Ruin has definitely helped this killer out. The Sloppy Butcher, not as much, but Ruin definitely came to play here.
Yeah, for sure. And we notice both of these hooks happened, and we did not see a single damage generator score event in the top right of our screen with those hooks, which means that every single generator is at 0%. So Z-Slasher has a tough task here. He needs to rescue Monarch and Xander. He needs to...
As you say it, he rescues Monarch.
Okay. thanks for like listening, so to say, reading my mind. He needs to rescue both of these guys, and then they need to recover from this kind of situation they're in. Because once again, Jesus has found the box and now knows the rough location of Xander and Monarch, and now Z Slasher has unhooked Xander, and I thought I saw a chain land. I'm surprised no one is in Mend. Maybe it was on Xander while he was still kind of immune. He's gonna be committing this chase onto Z Slasher while Monarch had solved the box, and now they're kind of getting back into position here. But the main problem is that Z Slasher is Death Hook, so if Slasher dies here, that's a 2v1, and that's gonna just be so difficult to recover from. Oh, nice hit. Just that kind of last pixel, last frame hit. And okay, let's just put Xander in Mend while we do this, huh?
Yeah, and you're also seeing that center gen. So this is typical for Dead Dog, right? To have that center gen in the middle of the two boulevards. That was something we didn't see with the other two pinheads, and I was kind of curious to see how this one played out. That gen is probably one of the most difficult gens to actually finish, and Jesus getting that RNG here definitely helped out his cause.
Yeah, that middle gen, pretty important. And with this 2v1, we know that he still has 2 Pain Resonance tokens on Monarch and Xander respectively, so he's somewhat able to commit to these chases, especially with the help that Monarch did get hit by chains, so he's now in Mend. Now Xander has to avoid some chains to avoid the Mend, because Monarch can't do anything right now. He has to Mend in order to be able to work on the generator, and there it is. Now both survivors in Mend. This is the value of the original Pain add-on. Originally, we had this add-on banned because of how common this add-on pair is, original Pain and Impaling Wire, where you break one chain with anything except doing the remove chain action, and 2 chains spawn. So that's kind of why they're just the best add-ons available in the comp setting. Xander with the greed, and it pays out. Oh my goodness. And being able to break that chain just in time to get that fast vault. Monarch has finally mended. Gonna be likely working on that generator some more.
Spindles.
Whoa.
That's gonna give us the down, I think. Oh, the pallet though.
There's still a pallet, but Xander doesn't have that movement speed available to him, and that will result in the down. Monarch still nowhere to be seen. Jesus not going to be taking that Pain Resonance to kind of get a feel of what the generator progression currently is. We hear progress on this generator, and because Hex Ruin is in play, we know Monarch is around here. We know that Monarch was working on this generator. We just don't know where he is exactly.
Yeah, hitting these chains, right? So this killer has consistently hit the chains and slowing down the loops, and that's what you have to do with a pinhead. If you start missing chains, these chases get really long, and this killer is definitely managing both of the long loops here. What a good spot for Ruin, by the way.
Yeah, in the main building there is just gonna be amazing for Jesus now, because the main building generator is already done, so that's already like extra time that's gonna be needed to go up there and even check if it's there. It looks like these survivors are kind of just ignoring Ruin, trying to work through it, and we can see that being a pain in the ass for them, as both of these survivors are just constantly being forced off of their respective generators, and then Ruin just gets regresses these generators some more and more and more, and the progress they're getting just isn't the progress that's getting regressed, and there's the find onto Monarch.
It was an unlucky timing that she like coughed in pain as he's walking by. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. Now it's just Xander to bleed out and try and remove one hook state from the result. But we see Xander crawling towards Jesus' arms. He doesn't want to bleed out. He just wants to go to our next game against good old Chucklefuck, as I like to call him.
Yeah, yeah. Dying there in the boulevards, right? It's just there's just nowhere to hide. It's really hard to disappear in that area. I think the start, setting the tone, hooking Jackal, and then putting pressure on the survivors to get chained and to fight through Ruin, I think really set the tone here. And then Ruin played an important role throughout this entire match. Generally, Ruin gets found, especially on Dead Dog, where the totems are pretty common where they spawn. Got super lucky that it was in the upstairs building where no one travels.
And our win condition is set if the survivors can get 5 full generators, they win. If they get 4 and our Chucky gets all hook stages, we're going to have finally a tiebreaker. And a tiebreaker for the finale, that is something I'm all for. So I'm excited for that. So we got Firejet getting set up with our little Chucky. And we're going to be switching on over, getting ready. This is going to be Coal Tower 1. And they were already set, ready to go. Welcome in, everybody. If you guys are not aware, so the people coming in, we are in the finals right now. We have a total of best of 3. The first set went to Courage, the team on the top right with the little Courage the Cowardly Dog. They scored 4 generators with their survivor team against Gamblers in the top left. Gamblers, if they pull off 5 gens, they will win this set and they will force a best of 3 set. In that best of 3 set will be Plague versus Demo. So that is something to keep in mind going forward. If our killer gets all of them dead before they can pop their generators, we will just see Courage take it right here, right now.
Yeah, and that'll be exciting to see.
It's a lot of pressure on Chucky, right? Chucky's gonna have to bring the pressure. He's gonna have to set the tempo, because he now cannot allow that 5th generator, and that's something that Chucky does not do well, is patrol gens. That is gonna. Firejack has already proved that he can come in clutch. He's already proved that he can swim upstream. I just think that Chucky has it in for him to try to get this win condition.
Good question, Jackal. If he's asking, is there a 1v1 if you guys tie? Yes, you will 1v1 for this set if there is a tie. The tie condition is 4 generators completed and the killer gets all hook stages. So that would be 12 hooks all the way down. Everyone dies and we're tied. So if that happens, we will be 1v1 Trapper against each other. I will time those sets live. So I'm really pulling for that, because that for the finals is probably the most nerve-wracking 1v1 you could ever be in.
For all the marbles, and if Courage wins that 1v1, it's Courage that takes it all. So now we'll just see if Firejack can tie this set here, or even win it for Courage, win it all for Courage. Chucky, definitely one of those more lethal killers. We usually see him on the Dead Dog Saloon, so Coal Tower 1 is a unique choice. I like the cooking here. So we'll see how he performs on the Coal Tower. We'll see if he can be as lethal as he usually is on the Dead Dog Saloon. Firejack entering his stealth, trying to find if anyone is around, but can't see anyone just yet. Trying to abuse that third-person camera that Chucky gets, just because he's a teeny tiny killer. Can't see all that much from the eye point of view.
He's a short king, all right?
Yeah.
We love our
short
king.
King. Yeah. All of my below 5'6" guys, come on, W.
Whoa, 5'6". Yeah, we're seeing this Chucky here patrol, and this is the fear Chucky players, you've got to put that pressure on early. And we're finally finding somebody. This is allowing for precious time to be spent on finishing the gens.
Beautiful play
It's a
by
quick tag
Firejack.
here.
Oh my god.
Yeah, amazing work by Firejack here. Just making Sora think he's gonna go around, but no, Firejack here just gonna be going straight for the pallet. Double scamper action, but Sora is able to read that. Chucky has a 90-degree flick lock, so can't flick past 90 degrees, and Sora took full advantage of that, not allowing Firejack to end up getting the down. Bounce landing go right back to Shaq, and now this window is blocked. We broke the Shaq pallet, and looks like we're just gonna be doing our slice and dice. Was that a locker check? No, Sora went into the basement, as a matter of fact, and is now able to make this filler here too. Now, extending this chase really long. Corrupt is over. Amir, Merlin, and Furious are now working generators while Sora gets to do whatever he wants. Pallet stun comes in, but Chucky refuses to fall over. I guess he's just the better doll like that. He's just stronger. I was not familiar with Firejack's game here on the Chucky.
Oh my god! Firejack knows what the heck he's doing.
That hit is gonna come key because he needed that hit. If she gets through there, it's a floodgates are open at that point, because then you're fighting through another tile.
One thing that you notice there is Chucky does have that sound alert, that sound cue that he makes when he's getting ready to move in his slice and dice. And you noticed Firejack was toggling it, making the sound cue going off to kind of play with Sora on when he was actually going to commit and when he would get the hit. It was wild seeing that.
Yeah,
And Firejack's bringing a...
Going back.
Go ahead. Firejack bringing a different build in here. You see the pop versus bringing the ruin, right? Because he knows he's got a key in on one survivor. Chucky really struggles at spreading out, and so knowing that you got to kick gens here is definitely a different build that we've seen in this tournament.
Amir getting that pallet stun onto Firejack. We also saw that he was moving rather quickly while transporting Sora to a hook, and was with the help of agitation able to move faster on the hook, and at the cost of your terror radius increasing by 12 meters. But Starstruck enjoyers don't see that as a downside, they see that as an upside. More exposed for me, yum 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 yum, as they all like to say. Now we're camping Sora to the second stage. And
in your experience, Nugs, how good is Pop? Because you don't get a whole lot of hooks here in comp play. You tend to camp and you tend to not hook as much. So is Pop gonna come in to negatively affect this Chucky?
Given that Scorchhook Pain Resonance is an individual perk ban on Chucky, Chucky cannot run this perk. I can see Pop as a relatively decent second choice instead of Pain Resonance. I can see why he didn't bring Ruin, because that kind of passive pressure isn't really there on Chucky compared to what we see with Pinhead. We saw Jesus with that insane map pressure, and Ruin just fucking ate everything up. So that is completely understandable. Pop just has that instant regression that can help. That can help Firejack here just regress gens a little bit better, so that'll work in Firejack's favor. And then the generator being yellow due to eruption will also help. He's playing into just lots of regression at once, so we'll just see if Firejack can get those downs, which will eventually allow him to get those perks more and more, and just get that regression going.
Shout out to Chalky Milk Lover. Thank you so much for the 2-month streak. Let's go, the tier 1.
Imagine.
Yeah, I know. We just can't get away from the milk in today's stream. We love it.
First it was Oni, now it was Chucky. Chucky's a little bit on the smaller side, so I don't know how much milk he's able to produce, but Oni here definitely can He's more on the milking of others. So,
Completely lost the survivor.
yeah.
Oh!
You find it
Firejack
here at the
is-
Z-Wall, though.
Capitalize
Nice.
on that crazy flick.
Nice down onto Amir. You see that he's taking the same hook here. He's lost his tunnel out, which is very big on the side of gamblers. You don't want a 3v1 in this situation where you have that tight 3-gen, you have main, and you have 2 gens right by main. That 4th gen Firejack doesn't care as much. He's probably just playing for a tie result here. He wants to have that Trapper 1v1, and the best part is it's going to be all for the marbles. Slice and dicing straight back to Hook, an unsuspecting Furious being met with Chucky's loving little butter knife. So now Furious taking a tag, power comes right back, and Marlon is going to be going for the trade onto Amir, as Amir is unable to take that hit. And now this is going to be yet another hook for Firejack in the same spot.
And shout out to Ray for the gifted sub to the Milker. Now you're all just trolling.
That's
So I'm
amazing.
kind of loving Firejack's strategy here. He has made this map into a third, right? He doesn't care about that gen that was completed. He just wants the action to come back to him. He knows his win condition. He knows what he's got to do.
Yep. And he's holding these gems very well. Like that back hook is perfect for Firejack because it's just in the middle of those 3 generators, and that just means that there's another person going straight into his 3-gen, and because of that, that just makes it a lot more difficult for the survivors to go for rescues, go for unhooks without giving at least one free tag, an injure for an unhook, maybe even a down. And because of this as well, we're gonna see our second camp to second hook stage. There's a lot of seconds in 1 second. Seconding the second.
I second that.
You managed that well, by the way.
Yeah, the tongue twister there is there.
Oh, he danced on the killer.
Oh, and then
It's
the
not
eruption.
2016 anymore, Amir. It's 2024. The year of the dabs is over. Old meme. Get in line, man.
Oh, so close. You
Yeah,
needed that.
Merlin here has second wind, so he's eventually going to get healed back up, and there it is. That makes Firejack want to leave that chase. You don't want to move, Momoa. And now Amir gets picked up by who is unknown. Amir gonna be dodging that slice and dice very well, and now Firejack is breaking this car filler, making that hook area even more of a dead zone. So it's gonna be even harder on these survivors. Amir going down now, though.
And
back
believe it
on
or not,
that one hook we go.
agitation is key here, because agitation is going. He's going to put that survivor right back on that back hook. Maybe not. Maybe here in that gen progression, he punted on that scenario. Is going to pop it.
Smart.
This
The
is-
blast.
Oh, blast mine into the unhook onto Amir as well, so it's even better. While on the opposite side of the main, there's gens being worked. Firejack just can't get that tunnel out for his life here, and that's exactly what Firejack needs right now. He needs a tunnel out. Amir, Sora, Merlin, any of them. If any of them go down, that's a tunnel out right there. Furious is the one guy Firejack does not want to go for at all here. Furious is going to be there taking hooks, taking hits. That is his role here in this kind of scenario, as he wants to keep, in this case, Sora alive. Firejack is not going for Sora, as a matter of fact. Instead, trying to get the hit onto Furious. Kind of interesting decision there. I wonder what's going on with that. He's cooking, that's for sure. But now, this will result in a tag onto Sora. Will we see the balance landing? We do, but Sora's in a dead zone. In return, though, he's on the opposite side of the map. He's where gens are not. So, committing to this chase, very spooky, and he's able to dodge this too. Furious like I said, our fresh hook survivor, we're not gonna allow Sora to go down, and is there to take a hit. Firejack knows that Furious is gonna be taking that hit, wants to go back to his gens, does not want these gens to pop. Amir, Merlin could be doing this right now, could be working these gens very effectively. And oh my god, amazing spin from Amir. Just juking Firejack and making him fly forever. Amir holding that check spot very well, and now just juking Firejack even more. This wastes time. Firejack needs these hits ASAP. These hits need to come in soon. That's how his pressure is going to happen. Everyone's healthy. You have 4 survivors alive. This is not the best position for Firejack at all.
Nug, say something in the
Yeah,
chat.
this
real
is-
quick.
What's that?
Type something in the chat real quick.
I got you.
So Firejack here is in a very bad spot. He's 4 survivors up, none of them injured. We have a problem here. And I think
Yeah,
they
just not-
just met the win condition.
Yeah, Gamblers has met that win condition. That set 3. Gamblers didn't want to win 2-0 because they wanted to go to set 3. We are here for entertainment. We are here for some Plague. We are here for some Demogorgon. That's gonna be what's happening next. And oh man, the gates open. And we have people here, 4 hits to get Amir out of here. It's looking like a 6-stage result for the Chucky. And Gamblers played this really, really well. They just didn't allow in that dead hard. Oh man.
That's tough.
Yes, I am.
That was one hell of a set right there, guys. Oh my goodness. We're gonna force a game 3. Those are your casters right there, guys. Primarily Dr. Patches and the Flamin' Nuggy, but we got that posted there. I add a little random Thundergun Flare in there just to spice it up a little bit. Let's take a look at our perks. But basically what I'm looking at is we're going to be forcing a 3rd set.
Yeah, the set
Yeah,
number
and-
3,
and
the one we all know and love. Go on, Patches.
If there's something that Firejack could have back is the end game scenario, right? Losing the pressure off of the tunnel, not being able to maintain. He had a good game plan going into early game to mid game. He was playing it well, and then something broke where he missed a couple of slice and dices, and that allowed the Gamblers to basically force their will at that point. And with the perk selection that Chucky has, it's just really hard for Chucky to defend 3 different gens.
And guys, we're going into sudden death. Whoever wins this next set, we got Plague versus Demo. Whoever wins this next set takes the entire tournament. So you know what I'm hoping for. Let's get that tie, baby. Let's go to a 1v1 for the whole tournament. No holds barred at the end. Gamblers, go ahead. You guys get the coin flip. You are the high seed right now. Do you want the one or the rocket ship? Jesus is just so
Man.
excited. I'm just going to join him anyway because I believe in him winning this coin flip. He believes in the rocket. The rocket never fails.
Rocket ship.
Rocket never fails, baby. Let's go. Jesus wins the rocket flip. I think Jesus wants to kill first. He always likes to kill first. So we are set. Jesus is going to be playing as Plague. And then I assume Firejack will be our next killer because he has been taking over as killer for this team the last couple rounds. So he will be our demo. This is going to be exciting. All right.
Yeah, it'll be really exciting to see the Plague versus the Demo, right? Demo is someone you don't normally see in a comp setting. And it'd be really curious to see how well the Demo can keep up with the Plague.
Keep in mind the Plague is on Suffopit. So there's definitely going to be some gens that pop. It is too big of a map for her to hold the whole map. But like we were talking about earlier, if you just commit to holding a 3-gen on one side of the map, you could potentially do it. And these survivors are going to be aware of that. But real quick, before we go forward, we do have a hydrate for the whole commentating crew. And can we get a W in the chat for Patches and Nugs? You guys are absolutely amazing. W commentators, bringing us entertainment for hours.
Yeah, you know it, you love it. I love watching these competitive people play. It's very entertaining to me, and I get to talk over it too. I get to be your little like professional yapper, so to say.
Put that on your
Just
resume.
give it.
I'm a professional yapper. I love
Yeah,
it.
that'll get me so many jobs. I already
Absolutely.
feel it.
Yeah,
I'll
and
just, like,
having the strong survivor play, right? The strong survivor play has really driven this tournament. Um, there are some scenarios where you didn't think they would be able to come back, and they do manage to fight through it. And I think we've been spoiled with the high level play in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And if there's anything I know about Jesus on the plague, he does like to take it slow. He likes to succumb to that 3 gen, be one with that 3 gen, meditate with that 3 gen. He he just he takes it slow, he takes his time, and what he waits for is the survivors to make that big mistake that allows him to get that snowball going and eventually get a 4K. But if the survivors don't make a mistake and they play it perfectly, that can go against Jesus there. So we'll see how these survivors play. Uh, we'll see how Jesus plays around his uh, purges, his corrupt purge, his vile purge. I expect to see double apple again, like we saw with the previous plague, bringing double apple because of how valuable those corrupt purges are. So I just can't wait to see
You
it. We're
think
loading in now.
you think double apple, or you think stone tablet?
I still think double apple, mainly because of how much you don't really expect people to cleanse. We mainly saw the cleansing in the Prism and Courage game because of how because of their current situation. They had a guy on hook. It was impossible to go for the unhook. And if you didn't go for the unhook, you lost the entire set. So that's why we saw so much cleansing. And also for those hit tanks at the end of the game, which I gotta bring it up again. That was such a close end game.
Oh my
I think
god.
everyone's hearts was racing.
Absolutely. That was one of the best matches we've had so far.
Yeah.
And then back to the conversation we had yesterday about, do you like having a spotter? Do you not like having a spotter? I have the privilege of looking into the gamblers chat, and I see Jesus is deafened. My man is locked in. He is his own entity. He's gonna play his own game.
He's blasting Katy Perry right now. Absolutely. Real quick, as we load in Gamblers and Courage, if you guys can hear me, please, please, please don't push too hard. I want to see a tie. So whatever Jesus does here, the killer on the other side, if it's Firejack, I want you to do exactly what he does, all right? Give the people what they want. They want the 1v1.
Jesus being deafened, I don't think he can hear you.
I know.
And fortunately enough, right? I don't know how many times you've seen in this tournament a split corrupt. Every once in a while, this game likes to do that, and we have not seen that yet in this tournament, which is always good for the killer.
Yeah, killers always enjoy having that corrupt intervention being on one side of the map so they can just kind of see what's going on there, see if survivors are stealthing there, and just take advantage of whatever is happening. We already have the infect onto Monarch. These survivors instantly saw that Thanatophobia was in play. Every injured survivor, 2% slowdown on everything you do. The fourth survivor being injured is a whole 20% regression. And looking at the add-on choice, I was very much correct in my expectations. Double apple. And compared to Xander's Plague in the previous match, all three pools are on one side here. And I believe this is the side that Jesus really wants to hold.
And we do have the prediction up, guys. If you want to bet on this group, go ahead, Patches.
Yeah, and that makes it a lot easier, right? Which side are you going to defend? You're going to defend the side that you can attack from, and this plague knows that this is a complete attacking position here. The other side is completely blocked. He's going to allow the action to come to him.
And if I'm not mistaken, that was a center gen.
Yeah, we don't necessarily care about that at this point. He's gonna be full send on this side. I'm surprised he's taking his chase as far. I think he just wants the infect, and he's gonna go right back if he can't get it down here pretty fast.
Yeah, he's going to play for that infect and get that whole 20% slowdown. Now, in order to prevent this 20% slowdown, get it back down to 6, someone needs to cleanse. And these survivors, they don't want to cleanse right now. You have 3 whole pools of corrupted purge that are on the 3-gen side, and Jesus is not letting these guys do the 3-gen. These survivors are now in. There's a survivor here at the shack. If he goes down in the shack, it's very
He's
likely
probably dead.
game over.
Game's over.
Yeah,
Correct.
yeah, it's just that important. But we
He's
might see
Balance!
that balance
Oh,
landing,
life!
And-
Earned balanced.
and that is going to be
Oh.
huge. Now, Slasher still has to get through the mid map to the top side of the map in order to keep this going, and makes that vault too. And Jesus wants to leave this chase now. He's worried about his chance. He wants these done. There's a survivor in the corner of the
action.
map, and that
Jesus.
is a corrupt purge.
He's tired of the survivor gameplay. He's like, I'm gonna end it now. Gets the corrupt.
Yep, and if this down happens here, this is going to be huge. Monarch drops the pallet. 2 eruption procs do happen. A cleanse, as a matter of fact, happens on the top side of the map. And we see agitation. Jesus trying to go for the basement
Is
hook.
he gonna make it?
This, I'm not
It's gonna be
sure.
close.
Oh, it's going to be so
gonna be
close.
close.
We hear 8. We hear 9.
Oh,
And, oh, man.
they
That-
sh-
Agitation did its work.
honestly, they should have wiggled out because it wasn't Jackal. And since Jackal's not the tunnel out target, I just don't even know how this game's gonna go anymore. What a shot by Jesus! Oh
Oh.
my gosh.
Oh, my goodness.
They are now in
He's
trouble.
gonna put her in the
The
basement.
double
That's 2
basement.
basement hooks.
Oh my.
That is not good for these survivors at all. You can't work these gens unless you're Jackal. You can't go for these unhooks unless you're Jackal. You can only be on the top side unless you're Jackal. So we know who's trying to do stuff here.
See, this is why Jackal's been tunneled out every single time. Is he's the key piece. Everybody knew it. They took out Jackal first.
He's in the
And look
corrupt
at this. We have
disregard his hooks.
our another corrupt purge, and there's another one on at the mid map here. Jesus has so many corrupt purges that he can straight up just force this 2v1 to immediately happen, just so freely while defending these generators, and just there's just so much pressure Jesus has right now. Courage is going to need to work to get this back into their favor.
Yeah, these survivor groups on an uphill climb here. The RNG for the board was definitely in this killer's favor. I would have probably broke that pallet. This is going to be a 2v1. This Demo Gorgon's going to have a real uphill climb to make it a competitive match.
And Gamblers survivors here, they have shown that they can perform. They 6-staged Firejacks Chucky, and that's definitely a feat because Chucky is one of those very strong tier 2 killers. So just being able to get a performance like that, they know they're here to win. They're here for that banner, and
I would assume that we're
That's
going to
gonna
hear
be
a gen
our-
pop here in a second, as opposed to
At
a
this
save.
point, I would finish both the gens on the other side. You know, this 3 gens going to happen. You need those points. You need to put your killer in a good spot. You're not going to make the save, and you
Yeah.
got to go for points here.
that's Monarch dead. Now we're just waiting on Xander to follow through. Hopefully Slasher and Jackal are working these topside gens, but we see one of them still trying to push these bottom gens. That's not what you need to be doing here. You need to be working those top gens. This is
Because if
just
he's
no
free to
matter what
go,
a 4K1
he's
if you
gonna
do that.
break up your gem progression because he's just gonna go to the other side of the map at this point at a 2v1.
Yeah, and now Jesus has this intel on Z Slasher or Jackal, whichever one is here, looking like Z Slasher because of that infection. So now it's just Jackal to work these topside generators and at least finish one of them, because Slasher not working one of the topside generators is definitely going to hurt.
Yeah, they needed to finish them both. That way they get the points in their favor and they set their killer up for a winnable win con. This is going to be a tough sledding for this Courage group.
Yeah, if this stays as like a 4K2, maybe if Z Slasher survives long enough, a 4K1. I'm not sure how long he can live for here, because this is a corner of the map. There's the first generator we were looking for just that long ago, and hopefully the second generator does follow through. Now Slasher.
Oh, he got 2 gens, so he worked both of them by himself.
That one was 99.
Yeah, that was brilliant. That was brilliant. I was wondering if that was the strategy, and then just have Z Slasher as their juicer over here, just buying time. But we see Jackal in distance. I wonder if Jesus noticed. He did. Switching targets.
Jesus definitely known for his keen eye in these kinds of scenarios, but he also knows that the 3 remaining generators he has are all on the bottom side of the map, and both survivors are on the top side of the map. In order to cross to the bottom side of the map, you have a tight little eye. That's why we call it an eye map. Tight little part of the eye to go through, and then because of that, Jesus is likely gonna see you unless you're just #1 stealther in the world.
But as Patches brought up earlier, getting those 2 gens is putting our demo in a lot better position going into that final round. So we're gonna have to see what our survivors can do to help out going forward.
Oh, missed there.
Yeah, just nice dodge by Jackal.
There's just nothing up here though.
Yeah, just he dodged it.
Oh.
Dodged it by being immune to the little bit of immunity that those little invincible frames that you get, just very much playing into Jackal's favor, being able to survive just that little bit longer. Now we find Z Slasher, and that will be the 4 kills at point generator if he does go down. Will he survive the Corrupt Purge though? That's the real question. We know that he's our balanced landing, going to be able to use it towards the shack, and now back to an M1 killer we go. Z Slasher known for his 1v1s. He's been 1v1ing a lot. So this is just another trapper to him. Maybe taller. And Jesus, why do you not have a gumball machine as your weapon?
You were very upset by that.
I am very upset. Why do you not have the gumball machine?
He doesn't make it because of bloodlust. Oh, that bloodlust kicked in at the wrong time.
Oh man, just barely too. Oh, Z Slasher with the disconnect. I believe disconnected a little bit too early. We had both survivors on hook for the disconnect to happen there, unless he's just very used to those 1v1s.
And then that's gonna give him the full hook stages.
Yeah, I'm sure we could count it. He was gonna get hooked anyway, and we would have found Jackal. And that is the Mori. Jesus remembered this time. So you have some redemption points from me, but you're not bringing the gumball machine.
I will say in that stage, if we look at Ace, he did not have Unbreakable. If we look at Adam, he did not have Unbreakable. They were in the dead stage. He potentially could have given his teammate a little bit more by not DCing, a potential chance for Jackal to hide somewhere, but Jesus was so close to both of them. I'll say in that instance, with how quickly he DC'd, it felt like it was a 1v1 scenario, which anyone in the comp scene knows. As soon as the person goes down in a 1v1 setting, you just DC. So let's not have it happen again, but I don't view it was necessary to have a penalty in that situation necessarily.
I think if anything, it hurt his own team versus helping or not hurting his own team. If Adam would have got the hatch because he DC'd, I would say that should be a penalty, but Not allowing Jackal to crawl to a safe spot just hurt his own team with the points given.
And he would have had to crawl all the way to Shack anyway. From where he was, there was no way Jesus was gonna... Jesus with agitation was not gonna be stopped from closing the hatch anyway, so end result was gonna be the exact same. But
Yeah, that was very 1v1. Like, we were at the shack, and all Jesus could do was M1. If you guys don't know, that a M1 only kind of 1v1 is the most common kind of 1v1 setting. So, it's completely understandable as to why he just disconnected there. But now, a Demogorgon has to answer the call for a 4 kills at 1 generator win condition. 4 kills at 2 generators or more will mean that Courage takes it all. 4 kills at 0 generators or anything less than 12 hooks is going to be Gamblers taking it all. But if we get that 4 kills at 1 generator, we get that tiebreaker, that 1v1 trapper M1 no traps for it all.
And correct, guys. It was a awkward ending, and so my brain didn't trigger to hit the fresh hook button. So I did fix that. We do have the fresh hooks and all the hook stages on there. He is awarded those fresh hooks because that was not Jesus bleeding out the survivors. It was the DC from the survivor. So I got it fixed. It was 4 fresh hooks, 12 stages completely. So the win condition is to get 5 generators from our gamblers. They get 5, the gamblers win. If our demo can get a full stage, 12 stages, 4 fresh hooks, and allow 4 gens. Now I'm not saying allow 3. I'm not saying allow 5. I'm saying allow 4. Do that exactly, and we got a tie, ladies and gentlemen. So let's hope that's where we go. Jackal in the last round with 99ing one gen, running over and doing the other gen while Z-Slasher was looping Jesus, I think is going to be a very clutch moment here for our demo, giving them a good chance of putting in the ability to win.
Yeah, and I
Z-Slasher.
think. Go ahead.
Go on, Patches. No, you go ahead.
I just think that that's a tall order for the Demogorgon. This Demogorgon's had to play outside of his mind to get that kind of an outcome versus the survivor group.
Yeah, exactly. I'd want to say that if this Demogorgon here, Z-Slasher, is going to be more relying on survivors' mistakes more than his own skills, as if these survivors play optimally, then it's just going to give Z-Slasher such a hard time and just generally just way more difficult to accomplish that 4 kills at 1 generator. But if these survivors kind of make those mistakes necessary, then we can see a potential tie.
Yeah, we could see a potential tie. And Furious, as we discussed earlier, going over the whole scenario there, the DC seemed unintentional, and the DC did not benefit their team in any way, shape, or form. It was in the stage that was completely unwinnable for that team. So, as I've stated earlier in the semi-final round, if you're in an unwinnable situation, 100% last hooks. I did say on hooks, you could go ahead and DC, but in that particular situation, with both down so close to each other, with Jesus having agitation, and it being like a 1v1 setting at that point, we determined not to give a penalty in that state because of the predicament of everything that went down.
Yeah, I fully suspect that this Demogorgon's going to have to bring a lot to the table in order for it to be competitive. A Coal Tower 1 is not a favorable site for Demogorgon. We'll see what this killer has in store for us.
Yep, we're loading into our final 4v1 game, and this is it. This is for all the marbles. This is for that banner. We'll see how much these teams want it here. I know these teams, it's 1-1. We're in the third set. So, these teams have been fighting. These teams have been fighting hard, fighting well, close game by close game. And now we're here, the final game of the grand finals. Now it's just gamblers, survivors to pop 5 generators, and Courageous Killer to prevent 5 generators from being completed.
It looked like we saw, as we switched over to our demo, he did take out one of the doors in Coal Tower at our main building right away. Now he looks like he's going around and setting portals. Ooh, we found Marin immediately.
Yep, this is going to be a quick first hit, too. Now just taking it into the corrupt zone, which is exactly what Gamblers wants to do now. Patches, you had something to say?
Yeah, he needs this down quick. If this chase prolongs, he's gonna lose a lot of pressure being in his corrupted zone.
Yep, absolutely. This chase can define the entire game. Merlin losing that 50-50, running into the generator that is corrupted. That's just the entity saying nuh-uh right there. But Z-Slasher is winning that 50, and Merlin will be going down rather quickly. Good first chase on the side of Courage, and with agitation, we're skipping a lot of hooks to eventually get that pain resonance up and rolling. We see a nice kind of 4-gen on the top half of the map. The main half, I like to see it, and I wonder if Z-Slasher will try and play for these gens, or instead play for the kind of 3-gen near Shaq's side and camp this hook here where his pressure currently is.
Yeah, I think he got pushed to the wrong side of the board, and I think this is another instance where this killer could have made a better decision with the hook placement, right? Hooking them in the center, you're able to rotate to both sides versus the corner, right? You're just freeing up time for all these survivors to start finishing gens.
You know, they could be getting rid of that 4-gen at any time here. It's likely what they're doing. That first gen pop coming in, which now makes the 4-gen into a quite loose 3-gen, and Furious getting found going for the trade, and it looks like there's a double save here. So Sora was working on that generator, Furious and Amir rotating for the unhook, and that just allows the unhook to happen without it being a trade, and Merlin taking it all the way to the top side, likely because that kind of 3-gen is more closer together at the bottom half, and now they want Z-Slasher to kind of patrol the top half here. And there goes the bottom side 3-gen.
We still see a 3-gen on the top side, though.
Yeah,
Yep.
but it's a modified 3-gen because you got to go inside of the building. This isn't a killer that can navigate stairs very, very effectively. Z-Slasher has it in for him here. Curious on how he entertains this chase. If he's gonna, oh my goodness.
That's going
If
to
he
be
can
kind of
hook
huge
him-
for Z-Slasher.
If he can hook them close, nope, the save happened. This is where I would have liked Z-Slasher to hook on the first hook. That way they could patrol the center gens. So we'll see what this killer has for us.
And we saw the people play from Amir to Marin.
Yeah, allowing Merlin to survive a little longer for his next chase, kind of suspecting that Z-Slasher is going to be ending up going for that tunnel out. Amir getting the unhook onto Furious while injured. Definitely a choice that I'm not sure if I agree with fully. I'd like to have a healthy survivor go for that unhook, let Furious hang a little bit longer, so then the survivors have more time to do whatever they need to do, work those bottom side gens, and at the end of the day, a trade isn't the end of the world. We saw with that middle hook, there was no damage generator score event, so it's likely that middle hook isn't a pain resonance hook, which is completely fine for the gamblers' side here. I don't think they realize that yet, though, and they might think that Furious's token is used.
Yeah, and then taking this chase back to Shack, this is going to really prolong. We need to see a little more tunnel action from this Demogorgon. At least putting a tunnel upstairs, right? You spawn in the main building, you need to put at least a portal up there so you can navigate it faster.
Yeah, I'd like to see those portals come into play, so then at least one at the top of the main building, so it's very easy for him to get there and just not have to do so much patrolling. We have our tunnel out at the Shack side of the map. This is kind of risky to chase currently, especially with 2 shred whiffs in a row, and unfortunately second whiff on that tree hitbox moment. Now another third whiff. Merlin is dodging Z-Slasher like crazy. Sora there for the hit tank, just coming in from the heavens, now going up onto the hill and gonna be falling again. We saw him fall before, so there's no balanced landing to ask for, and this is gonna be a pain resonance. So there's some regression to it, but it also prevents that tunnel out. So there's kind of 2 sides to the coin there. We'll see what Gamblers ends up liking more and how this ends up playing out due to this scenario being chosen instead of the previous one.
There's our 4 gens.
Broken.
Eye condition met. Courage can't win this anymore, but they can tie this. It's still possible to tie. You need 8 hooks without letting another generator to pop. Tough task to be said, but if these survivors make enough mistakes, it's definitely possible. Unfortunately, we have a very, very rough gen split for Z-Slasher here. We have one at one corner, one on another corner, and then the other's the main building. So that's kind of not the greatest. Slasher going for a pain resonance, so that kind of confirms my belief that that middle hook isn't a pain resonance hook, which very unfortunate RNG on the side of Courage here. That'll definitely hurt not having that regression on a very good hook to have.
Yeah, this Demogorgon is fighting RNG right now and trying to make hay with what is in front of him. You see the screen getting really jittery. You can tell that the anxiety is getting to this killer, and we see another whiff here. That's the pressure that playing a comp killer does bring to the table that may not always be accounted for.
Yeah, just unfortunate not charging that shred enough on that first whiff that we saw to be able to down Merlin, and then Merlin just having that distance to be able to avoid that second shred. It's just so unfortunate. Extending this chase just for that much longer, it just gives these other survivors so much time to be working some other gens, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're pumping out gens. This gen here is 99. Z-Slasher needs a down like right now in order to stay in the game. Yeah, and yesterday even. And
yeah, and Demogorgon had an uphill battle, right? It was a tall order for this Demogorgon, and we were curious to see if the Demogorgon could fulfill the obligation. And you're seeing what happens when you have a good survivor group versus a killer who in most standards is middle of the road, right? And so hats off to is it Xander who's the killer?
Z-Slasher.
Z-Slasher is our killer.
Playing the killer. Tall order, definitely a tough survivor group, played well. Hats off to this individual.
Yeah, Slasher definitely played amazingly for what he was given. All credit goes to him on this. And with that being said, this does mean we had our escapes coming. We had that 5th and final generator get completed. Gamblers is our winner of Thundergun's High Noon Havoc, guys.
Let's go. What a finals, guys. That was crazy all the way down to the finish. GG's to everybody.
Yeah.
Can we get GG's in the chat for every single team that played? We had a lot of really cool teams. We had everything from Gamblers to Courage, Prism, Suffocate, Effigy, Somo Soup Ooh Woo, Locker Gremlins, Mirage, Renegade, Hysteric Noxes. We got the Scarlet Hedgies. I think I listed off all of them. But if I didn't, still W. You guys were absolutely amazing. I appreciate you guys all being here. Again, huge shout out to our commentating crew. We had Nugs and Patches all day today. Absolutely amazing. And we had Sora, we had Walker, we had a lot of fun mixed in with little Thundergun razzmatazz here and there. I hope you guys had an amazing time with the tournament, and we will be bringing you more things in the future. Furious, real quick, we just came in from our ambassadors. We are going to have to penalize the Gamblers 1 gen and it looks like 5 hook stages, so that's going to bring us to a tie. We might have to do a 1v1, Furious. I'm just kidding. But GG's, Gamblers. You guys did great. The people want the 1v1. Do we want to see a 1v1? You guys want to see what we missed out on? Jesus, do you have somebody from your team? Courage, do you have somebody from your team? You guys want to do a 1v1? Let's do it. Let's do it.
The good old funsies 1v1 that we were all looking to see.
Commentators, you want to hang out with us for a 1v1?
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Give the people what they want. And
Yeah,
per
these
the
guys
rules,
definitely look like they want that 1v1.
people are asking for it. Per the rules, we have for a 1v1 what it would have been. So we got a timer up there and a timer up there for funsies. The 1v1 is going to be Trapper, no traps, no perks, no offerings, no add-ons. Both meet at Shack at opposite entrances. The survivor will choose which side they want to start at. And the survivor will teabag, and then the killer will swing. Keep in mind, I will start the timer on the killer swing, not the teabag. And whichever side lasts longer, whichever survivor lasts longer on their feet will win. I will stop the timer the second that the survivor goes down. That is the plan. So, when you guys make up your decision on who's going to be doing the 1v1, go ahead and, actually, I'll do the neutral lobby. We do need to decide on Cold Tower 1 or Wreckers. Do you guys care which one we do, Cold Tower or Wreckers? Because I'll just set it for, I think Wreckers, in my opinion, is more fun. But let me know, guys. While we're waiting to hear from them for a fun little 1v1, what'd you guys think of the tournament? Patches, Nugs, did you guys enjoy it? Did you have fun being here? What was your favorite moments? All the things.
I'll let you go first, Patches.
Yeah, it was highly entertaining, right? You had the two survivor groups, especially Courage and Gamblers, who definitely fought through some adversity, definitely had some uphill battles in their instances. And you just seen the war of attrition, right? The Gamblers came out, they had a plan, and they executed the plan.
Yeah, absolutely. Gamblers do very much taking it all for the team was very, very entertaining. This grand final was fantastic. If there's anything, the most invigorating moment award still goes to the Plague Endgame in Prism versus Courage. I still can't get over it. That moment was just so much fun to see. It was just everywhere. It looked like any team could win. It was still just totally possible. That one hook difference had everyone who was playing just their hearts pounding. I just knew that their stress was coming out, and there were just so many close moments when it came to Courage. So many close moments, like just win cons in general. You had the original Courage versus Prism in the winners bracket, where it was just double. Both games had gone to the wire, had gone to a swing had been missed, and just it's just so fantastic to see. Overall, amazing tournament. Love to be here. I'm happy to have been here to commentate all 4 days, and I'd do it again.
Map was not set because you guys did not tell me what map you wanted. It's either Cold Tower 1 or Records.
Oh, I thought you guys would go to the meat facility.
Gideon Meat Plant 1v1.
Or RPD, right?
Oh, curious what map
My
did we get?
favorite map.
Wait. It was Records.
Blood Lodge.
Blood Lodge.
Yeah,
Alright.
close enough.
So did you guys want Cold Tower 1 or Cold Tower. Alright. Where's
We
Cold
end
Tower?
on the Cold Tower, so we give Cold Tower. It should be page 3. Yeah, there.
It is.
Second one.
Alright, we are set.
Your local Jesus and Jackal. Jackal for Courage, Jesus for Survivor. We didn't really see much of Jesus Survivor, but we're seeing him now, and we're going to see him back on the Killer once more. We saw him pretty much every round the Gamblers played for Killer, and we're going to see him once more.
No, I don't have Nightlight, guys. I don't have any perk packs. We have the map set. It is set. You guys can go ahead and go. No perks. No add-ons, guys. No offerings. Everything is set
Jackal
at
Pie.
0. You little Jackal
Jackal
Pie.
Pie is getting some revenge here.
And this is for bragging rights. So Gamblers may have won the tournament, but this is just as important. This is bragging rights, guys. Can Courage have the ultimate bragging rights with Jackal beating Jesus in a 1v1? Real quick, can we do a prediction? Jesus or Jackal? Or we could do Courage or Gamblers for the final one. Let's do round 4. I got it. You guys got 5 minutes. I got it set. Here we go.
Let's go.
Get your predictions in. Spend your moonshine. And remember, on the Killer swing is when I will start it. Whenever you're ready, teabag, then swing. There we
What
go.
a troll. He brought all 10 traps.
Yeah, that helps with the add-ons. Or the trap cores, not the add-ons.
The double back. Interesting. Not falling for it. Jesus is still going. He's probably going to see... Yep, we're going to see the pallet go down. It's just a filler pallet. He's going to move to the next section. And we're at 30 seconds. No tag yet.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
want to
Jesus
see the
brings-
survivor go through the window.
Jesus playing this very, very well. He has his check spots down. Jackal going for a double back mind game. We'll see if Jesus does fall for it. Looks like he does not fall for it and is instead just holding W. Jackal does have Bloodlust, however. Now Jesus trying to make it to this eye filler. We know that Jackal is gonna respect that. And a nice swing and dodge from Jesus. Another fake does happen. He's gonna expect Jesus to vault. He's gonna double back here, and now that might allow Jesus to get the vault again, but no, Bloodlust just here to save the day. Gonna be prematurely breaking this eye filler. He doesn't want Jesus to stay here. He wants Jesus to instead go to the main building. Definitely a unique choice. I'd say I would not break that pallet, mainly because I want to catch up to Jesus as quickly as possible and try to keep him at this top side of the map, mainly where a unsafe pallet is. So, like for example, the car pallet, it can be made as a 50-50, which it can be considered quite unsafe. Now, double backing here, Jesus reads it very well, and this is just more and more time. Jackal trying to go for these mind games, but when they don't work, that just allows Jesus to get more time, get more and more surviving points, while Jackal is just unable to catch up to him. He just has so much distance.
Yeah, and the other kicker here is right when you lose sight of the killer or the survivor, you lose that bloodlust, and then you got to rebuild it, and that just creates more time that you have to engage with the survivor to catch up.
Yeah, Jackal trying to go for a double back onto Jesus, but Jesus holding that check spot sees that Jackal hasn't entered the main building yet and knows that he's trying to double back and trying to do some silly haha goofy movement, trying to get in his head. Jesus abusing this main window just so perfectly, but now that Jackal is able to keep chase, he gets that bloodlust, and now Jesus is forced to play this, goes for the swing, and that does land. Jesus is now down a whole 3-minute chase. Very, very good from Jesus. 3 minutes, 5 seconds.
And that is our win condition for bragging rights. We need him to go
Yep,
3 minutes and
Jackal
6
needs to beat.
seconds. Silly haha goofy
again.
moment.
Yeah, silly haha goofy movement. Mods, quote that, please. I guess I'm being quoted. There we go.
At least it's not milking.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's already been quoted though.
Yeah, we might as well give him -2 minutes for the fit. That fit was atrocious. Good call out from chat. Absolutely.
Remy tried. I don't think the quote thing works though, unfortunately.
It does.
So.
It is ! Quote space ad. Gotta have the space.
Ah. There you go, Remy.
And because Jackal brought Trapper Sack, he does get +10 minutes. Good call out. That is the hidden +10 minute Easter egg. Not a lot of people talk about.
Yep, and Jackal bringing in the Meg to kind of copy that Jesus fit that we got going on. And now, this is it. Jackal needs 3 minutes, 6 seconds to take it all. Take those extra bragging rights. Or will gamblers get a banner and bragging rights? We'll see. Already being dropped. Jackal not going to be greeting that as hard as Jesus did. Now already going to the God Rock, as we like to call it, with this Macmillan filler. It is very, very strong normally when it comes to these kinds of fillers, because of matter of fact, when you're checking it, you can always fault it, even with bloodlust. It's just very possible. We're going for a swing, and a hit through the pallet does occur. That's already an injure. Jackal needs to survive for just that much longer. There's another 2 minutes, I believe. Let me check the stream. We're looking at, yeah, roughly 2 minutes left for Jackal, but he's all running into another filler, and after this, there's not much for him to work with. I believe he saw that pallet gym go, and if there's no pallet here, Jackal's in trouble. And here we go. Jackal will be going down. Can't make that pallet gym in time. Unfortunate. And
there we
looks
go.
like that'll be Jesus taking the extra bragging rights.
All right, guys, that is the bragging rights for the gamblers. GG's, guys. I had a lot of fun. Again, GG's, and thank you so much, W commentators. You guys were absolutely amazing. I really appreciate you guys being here, hanging out with us. Nugs, you did a lot of work. I'm glad that we got to meet you. You were amazing, dude. Thanks for all the work you put in. Patches, as always, brother, it's amazing to have you with us. Patches, you lost your bet. Jackal did, in fact, get tunneled that game like I called it. So we are going to be doing a 2v8 killer match. After that 2v8 killer match, I'm going to be opening it up to 2v8 Survivor for everybody. So you guys can join on in. But can we get a W in the chat for all the teams, for the commentators, for everybody that helped put in work, all the ambassadors behind the scenes, all the mods, everybody that helped. You guys, this was one hell of a show. I really appreciated all the help that we got. If you guys liked it, if you haven't already, drop a follow. We do a lot of things here in this channel that are outside of just a dude with a microphone playing DBD, right? We like to bring you things like this tournament, this High Noon Havoc, sandbag tournaments, blood point tournaments, all this stuff. There's the Discord. Thank you so much. If you're not already there, join us. We are a growing community, and we'd love to have you guys there.